Yeah,
Give it 10 seconds,
delay
and then I should
starting
be
in
able to see
10,
it.
and then, yeah, I gotta go here. And then is OBS just gonna do its thing, or what? Okay. Is it on? Oh, there's a thing that it goes back to me. Huh. Okay. So yeah, I see a little thing on YouTube. I'm going to assume that means it exists, right?
It's a little live.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna open
Oh, I
this
have a little
on.
pop-up saying, "Don't forget, you're a standard moderator for this channel."
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna make a very quick community post that says, "Hi, if you're reading this, I'm trying out a live stream. 'Tis behind the scenes stuff. My Noita videos. The audio levels. I can't ask you about audio levels. You have the thing muted.
Yeah. Well, I can turn it on briefly.
Yeah. Yeah. If you just turn that on briefly, you can like hear me just ramble and riff and, you know, be a whatever I'm being. Yeah.
You're a little quiet, but otherwise, you're audible.
I'm audible. Okay, how do I... okay. How do I... Is there a way to...
I'm louder than you are.
Yeah, okay. If I go to here... Oh, I can just... Microphone, let's boost you by... 6 decibel? Huh? Let's try this. How's this? Just can you do the same, like, test just to see if...
Yep, give it a...
Yeah, of course, there's... You know, whatever delay. See what works. Is it working? Drop frame? Yeah. Is this a lot of bitrate? Is this straining the network? I don't know. I actually set my bitrate kinda high, but it should be fine. I don't know. Yeah, 6 concurrent viewers. That's kinda more than I expected, like, already, when, like, I haven't done anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you're way more audible now.
I'm audible. Am I too loud? Am I peaking?
No.
Okay.
No, you're fine, I think. Sounds fine to me, at least.
Okay. Well, then, yeah. Okay, cool. Then I'm just gonna, start this. Open this thing up. So, get rid of the text. We don't need text. What we do need is... Fumo.
Nico one-shot.
Nico one-shot. Hello! Yeah. I still need to do a second playthrough of One Shot. That was yeah. I don't know. But hello. I don't have anything great planned for today. I just want to do this sort of test experiment live stream, talk about the behind the scenes of both of my Noita videos, both the one that released, both the Destroying the World in Noita, released a year ago, and the very new Restoring the World in Noita. Because those videos are inextricably linked, I figured if I talk about one, I should probably talk about the other. And I've spent over, a year working on Noita videos, and I feel like I just have way too much, things to say about these. Yeah, no, and yes, I have Fumos here because they are integral to the Noita video. So I don't really know how this is gonna go. But without further ado, let's react to my own videos because I'm I'm creatively bankrupt. Noita is well, honestly, I don't even know where to begin with this game. I do, however, know that it always ends in death. Even completing the work comes at the cost of your life. Making it that far is rare anyways, since every, and I do mean every, pixel is out to get you. But if my fate is already sealed... Okay, YouTube has decided to stop working. Amazing! And I'm taking everything else with me. Yeah. Hello, Luigi. Yeah. First video. Yeah, so this is just the beginning sequence. I normally do the title sequences first because it gives me a sort of vibe of what I'm doing for everything else. For this one, I had to extend the shot because in Noita there's a spell called Cessation, which I used for a lot of these shots that are just in the background and you don't need to see the player character. Doing that, however, means that I have to have a lot of extend duration stuff in order to make the cessation last, because it hides your character, it hides your UI. It's great for static shots, and so that's what I did. I just cut to cessation here as the holy bomb explodes. But my cessation isn't long enough, so actually, I don't know if it's visible in the final product, because, like, video-wise, but yeah, I can see it just a bit if I just go back. Up to here, there is a very minor wipe to the actual background asset that I just ripped from the game files. I do have the exported file, but there is a reason why I'm just watching these on YouTube, because if there's anything in the YouTube version that's like different, I want to notice there's actually one bit that is not in my exported file that is on the YouTube version in Restoring the World in Noita. When we get to that, I'll explain why. But I'm gonna try doing these off of YouTube. If internet causes problems, then I will open up the exported files, but we'll try to have YouTube work, please. Yeah. Based on a true story. I got a few comments about this. I'm just riffing off of, oh, what's it? I used to hate when, like, movies and the, like, were, like, based off a true story, because I didn't care, and I was like, you know, this isn't a documentary, why is this like this? But then I realized my own videos were that, and I thought it was really funny, so I put that there. And yeah. Steve and the three most important ones. Is my mouse visible? Oh, my mouse is visible. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And then... But first, we need to set some expectations. I've wanted to make a Noita video for quite some time now, but covering everything in this game in a single video is simply impossible. The game may look like a little side-scrolling dungeon crawler with 7 themed levels and a penchant for being incredibly unfair, but that's only scratching the surface of things. Today, as we follow along my 188th run of this game, it's important to remember that Noita is actually just deranged. Like, this isn't normal. Normal games have you get stronger as you do normal things. How come 2 Fumos? 2 Fumos because I can't fit all of them in front of the webcam. This
You're
won't
like a
fit.
rotating cam where you just swap them out periodically.
I think I would. Yeah, I just got Yuyuko very recently. But yeah, 2 Fumos because that's how many I could fit. They're real. I could give... Yeah. Yeah. I'm so glad I took the time to set that up. Anyways, what I wanted to talk about is that this intro section where I just sort of give a little bit of introduction to the game, one of the very few things that was not in the original script when I wrote this or anything. Yeah. Yeah, for now, we'll put Yuyuko up here. Yeah. This intro section was not in the original script. I didn't really have it planned in. It originally, verbatim, can I give one a burger? Mike, do we have a burger? I don't have a burger on demand. Yeah. You can try the Vorapis extension if YouTube is giving you trouble. It reverts the YouTube layout way back. I'm gonna take a note of that, because I'm not gonna do that, like, I don't know if I want to do that, like, right away, but I am gonna take a note to see if, to just remember to do that, because that sounds like something I, actually want, if I can figure out where, sorry, Vorapis. Okay, Okay. Back to video. First back to OBS, back to video. Noita has you get strong. Yeah. Many 2D games, Noita.
Parallel world.
Right, and just, yeah, again, originally I literally had the line, but first we need to talk about parallel universes. Which, that's 0 to 100 in a very short amount of time. And so, oh yes, yeah, my desktop wallpaper peeked through a second there. I have not cleaned up my desktop. But yeah, you can actually see my desktop wallpaper at the end of Restoring the World in Noita as well. That's one of the few things in that video that has not changed since its recording. It's crazy. But, yeah. Yes, I'm serious about this. Like many 2D games, Noita's world is shaped like a box. Unlike those other games, however, the borders of the world aren't impenetrable. In fact, breaking through is pretty simple. On the other side of the wall is another world, same shape, and these worlds repeat infinitely to the left and right. Infinity exists vertically too, but it is heaven and hell that extend infinitely in those directions, and they only copy certain parts of the world. I bring all this up because, within a single world, resources are scarce. There are only 8 health pickups in— Yeah, health pickup. These are actually roughly— I think I tried to put these health pickups in similar locations of where they would be. Because there's one in the Dark Cave, which is to the left of the first biome area. And then there's one for 6 Holy Mountains. And then technically the last Holy Mountain is called the Laboratory. And it's way to the right of where all the other ones were. I think I was planning to line this up with a map. I don't remember. This was a long time ago. Also, this background was, I forgot about, right, this background was new purpose built for these, Noita videos, because I wanted a second, more gray and, like, neutral background, for my videos, instead of just the RGB gaming background, which I can just pull up, like, whoop, if I... It's right there, yeah. Yeah, I'll put that back down. I needed a second background because I was like, just the tone of what I was doing. Boss kill drops. I don't think those are health regeneration. I think those are, what do you call them? I think those are max health increases, unless I just don't know. I mean, I could just not know. There are so many things that I just don't know, like Noita-wise. Like, it's amazing that people watch my Noita videos when I am just some, like, I'm just some guy. I don't know how the fuck to build a wand actually good. Like, I'm just throwing together spells and praying that it works. Yeah, I'm out of Earl Grey. Son of a gun. Okay. Yeah. The world, and few other ways to heal. Perks are limited too, as only 7 can be obtained in the Holy Mountains.
They only regenerate on the
solve
first
this
kill?
scarcity
Okay.
issue, since there are as many worlds as floating point imprecision will allow for. Floating point imprecision. That's something I'm pretty sure is true. That's my guess, because people in the people have said, like, oh hey, what it actually is that there's like a max barrier at like 512. But if you consider why that barrier is there, I'm pretty sure that it's floating point imprecision, because what the barrier is that there's no position for you to move to without just snapping you backwards. And that's why everything gets unstable about there. I don't know, pet theory of mine. As such, our main goal right now is to get the required resources to break into the next world. Typically, this means 3 things: a way to break cursed rock, a way to traverse the distance, and a way to survive the journey. Of course, we start with none of this. Instead, we start with chaotic polymorphine, i.e. the most dangerous substance in the game. Some people have said that, like, pouring out chaotic polymorphine in the mines is a bold decision. It is! The world begins to break far more than 512. Yeah, it takes 4 Western worlds in New Game Plus. Yeah. And it also depends on hardware. I would imagine, yeah, it probably does. I don't know. I haven't had problems with 13700K, but, like, it is Intel 13th generation, and there's enough controversy about that. Yeah. Quest for 3... Yeah. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not crazy. I'd much rather have water. Other than a potent concentrated mana, the mines don't have much to offer. The holy mountain beneath, however... What? What? Luminous Drill is one of my favorite spells, and one of the big 3 needed to break into a parallel world. But the other spell, Sea of Mimicium, is the more interesting find. Mimicium, as the name implies, turns into other liquids upon contact, so having a spell to generate the stuff can be very useful. Usually, obtaining the spell is quite an ordeal, part of an entire questline in the sky. I don't know if I notice it because I made the video. I don't know if it's noticeable, but that's a cut in the recording, because the other main change that this video had was that I added the whole section talking about Sea of Mimicium and how you would normally get it, because my test audience simply said the video flowed better with it. So, temples. Finding it in the very first holy mountain is a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. Since we can just pay 100 gold instead of needing to. Fly to the Henkava Temple, bottle some pheromone, fly to the Baron Temple, pour pheromone on a potion mimic, pick up the potion mimic, fly back to the Henkava Temple, use the potion mimic to pour mimicium on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 So I'll turn on captions and just scroll back a little bit. So, this is how I found out about the 6-7 meme. I didn't know, like, how I found out about the 6-7 meme was, I just checked my comment section one day and people were like going, oh my god, he said the thing at, like, points where I'm counting. And I'm like, what the hell? And so I did some, it's like, huh? Really? Really? That's how I found out, which is, that's really dumb. But, yeah, it's like, there's your funny number. Dormant potion mimics, pick up Sea of Mimicium, realize you don't have Tinker with ones everywhere, fly back to a holy mountain.
Did you notice that on the Storing the World one, there's people going 6-7 in your comment section anyways?
I think I noticed that, but I was a bit more, I tried to be a bit more intentional, because one of the places that 6-7 pops up is 67% is 2/3.
Yeah.
And by default, all powder bags are filled to 2/3. And that's the other
it's not even that. It's the last 2 digits in your seed.
Really?
Yeah. Someone pointed it out in your comments, and I was like...
Oh, God. That is... I didn't notice that myself. This is how this is how you can tell, like, I'm extremely not cool, because I don't know whatever these memes are. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I'll give Koichi a pat and move on. We can skip all that and put the spell on a wand right now. As for perks, well, telekinetic kick is basically a gravity gun. Physics objects can deal quite a lot of damage at high velocities, so being able to throw them about makes killing enemies... I try not to waste time when I'm talking. I try to talk at a very quick rate. It means my enunciation is hot garbage, but it also means I'm giving out as much information in a very efficient time frame. I do know some people with ADHD, and so I wonder if that's just something I just naturally picked up on from them. I've also had some caffeine before this, and because I am one of those people that caffeine makes go fast, do thing good English. Yeah. A lot easier. Plus, they drop twice as much gold when killed this way. I don't know if trick kills actually work with telekinetic kick. I think that's something that it might not. function in-game that way, but I don't know. It's not really a point that matters for the video story, so I just... Inside the next zone. Oh. I didn't get that much gold in the last zone on account of it being terrible, but gold we do have is enough to at least buy this one from the shop. Teleport Bolt is another piece of the puzzle, and while I may prefer the small variant, this will do just fine. Using this newly acquired spell, we can already start breaking the game. Normally, exiting a holy mountain causes it to collapse behind us, but the trigger is quite small, so we can easily skip by it. Here, I do this to preserve the health pickup, so that I can return later when I have... Well, fuck. Ow, 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 ow. So, I thought I took way more damage in the snow zone than I actually did. I thought it was from many different sources. I didn't realize it was just from, like, 3 different guys. So, that's why the timing of the next line is a little bit off. If you recall from about 20 seconds ago... Yeah, because I was planning for there to be, like, a 20-second montage-y thingy of, like, all the pain, but it was 10 seconds. So, whips. I accidentally collapsed the holy mountain above the snow zone, leaving the health pickup inside of it. In reality, though, this didn't happen 20 seconds ago. It was more like 4 minutes ago. This sort of temporal inconsistency is usually not a problem. In fact, it's kind of the backbone of narrative pacing. You can watch me anger the gods and kill their messenger without needing to wait through all the stuff that happens before. Similarly, you can watch me break through this wall without spending several minutes on it. Messing with time is great. I'm addressing this blatant manipulation of chronology, though, because it's about to make me look like a dumbass. Before I finished digging out of the holy mountain, I logged off, went to bed. Dear God, this footage is so grainy. Because this was genuinely recorded at night with, and I'll bring Yuyuko back out to bring Satori and Koichi over here, which, were the only 2 Fumos I had at the time of recording this. Your Noita video got me into the game. Yeah, that's... I'm glad, I guess. Enjoy the pain? I don't know. Yeah. And then... And proceeded to... Oh, yeah, and then there's this quick montage. These photos are all... with, like, a couple of friends, I did, like, take photos every single Friday for Fumo Fridays for almost a year. I don't do that. I'm not like a photographer per se, but I was just like screwing around and I was like, it's funny. And so a lot of these are just those Fubo Fridays. They're watching Attack on Titan. Proceeded to spend 9 days Koichi with the Falcon days doing literally anything else. So when I finally log back on and finish the tunnel, I can't remember about the... Oh, the thing. Oh, what was
500
it?
deaths.
My
thing.
God, that is...
I'm sure it wasn't
That's a lot of deaths.
that important.
I mean, that's Noita.
Important is this massive one. Look.
Anya? I assume that's an anime character. No. Fumo Friday is such a good cut. Fumo Friday. Gods, that must be like all the Fumo Friday. Yeah, I should start doing that again. I think. Yeah.
I think the picture of the Fumo cam setup would be a really funny return of the Fumo Friday.
Yeah, yeah. I think so too. Yeah, Fumo Friday should be like a movement, bro. Just like, just a Fumo posting everywhere. Cause like, look at these guys. Look at them. Okay. But yeah. So, we're up to YouTube.
It has
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Guys,
11,
I said it
12,
again.
13,
Oh my God.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25.
This is a 25. I must be stupid.
Anyways, what's more important than wands is health. Since this run is going so well, it's probably worth it to go around and collect some Orbs of True Knowledge. Orbs have many effects, such as unlocking spells for future runs.
Preview.
However, if the orbs...
Oh yeah, there's a little preview when you hover over a video. Yeah. That's such a goofy preview, because like, that's probably that's one of the silliest shots in the video. Like I could imagine someone like looks at the video and then they hover over it, and if they don't know Fubo's, they're just gonna look at that and go, "What in tarnation is this?" But yeah, which I video still got views. Holy shit, 996,000. That is almost a million. That is so close to a million. That's insane. And like knowing like the YouTube's analytics, it's probably gonna get there soon. Which Mythos predicted that within a week of this video releasing, and I was like, nah, surely not. It's almost there. Huh. Okay.
Spell is already unlocked. Collecting that orb again will increase your maximum health by 25. Only the maximum, though, which means that we need a normal health pickup in order to get any real benefit. Now, do you see where the problem is? You know, the thing that I should have Did you remember? That this biome absolutely sucked! I'm a serious...
So that, yeah, end of chapter 1. Chapter 2, I've got a nice little fake vignette over everything. Oh! There is, so, destroying the world in Noita is, copyright claimed, actually. It is because of this song that I'm playing right here, Visions by, I guess I'll call him Peridot, because I don't speak Japanese. So, when I checked and I was, like, assembling what songs I was using for the video, I was, making sure that I wasn't using where, like, anyone had, like, a channel page or whatever that said, "Hi, please don't use it." And, I was looking hopefully for ones where people were like, please do use it, or the video is Creative Commons, or stuff like that. So I thought I was going to be in the clear, and then 20 days after release, Destroying the World in Noita gets claimed. Which, I suppose is, like, in their legal right or whatever, so the advertising money from the last 800,000 views has not gone to me. Which, if I'd have known that was gonna happen, I can't afford to be just putting leaving money on the table like that, man. So yeah, in time, I imagine, I'm pretty sure Restoring the World in Noita is safe because I used very specific songs. I don't imagine any of them are gonna do that. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a bit of a whoopsie. I hope it doesn't cause problems for the stream. I have no idea how any of the, like, stream stuff works. I mean, Content ID
If anything, you might get the incredibly funny instance of YouTube just auto-flags it because you're showing videos on stream, even though they're your videos.
Is it going to flag it back to me?
It might.
I mean, that's a trick that some people have, like, suggested in, like, I will say, like, 2019 era, was in order to get around, like, music usage claims, is to claim it yourself first, but I don't know. I mean, I thought this video was going to get 50,000 views, so the fact that I got 200,000 views worth of cash is a pleasant surprise. Thank you for that. Yeah. By the way, how did I come up with the idea to split the parallel world invasion into 3 items and make it all dramatic? Because that's just how I think. Like, I just think, because I broke down what do you need to get into parallel worlds. Like, you need to be able to destroy the barrier. Okay, once you destroy the barrier, you need to be able to cross through it. You could walk, except, no, you can't. Alright, so you need something to be able to move. And you also need to be able to survive it. High health, ambrosia, whatever. And so that's just how I broke it down way before even starting this video. And that's
Isn't that how you, like, broke it down when you were explaining it to me?
Yes, that is. Well, on the other hand, you forget that when I started playing multiplayer with you, that was in 2025. This video, the entirety of it takes place in 2024 because I take so long to edit. Oh my god. But yeah, I broke it down that way because I wanted to be able to get into the parallel worlds is just, yeah. And I call them methods because it's not just these spells. Other spells work too. You can substitute your Luminous Drill with a Black Hole or a Matter Eater with a Greek letter on it to get your infinite uses up. Well, I guess Black Hole you'd also need either a Greek letter on it or an extend duration. Or there's options, you know? And so you need a method to solve each of them is kind of the idea. Later on in the video, you'll see I don't even bother with Ambrosia because I've got such a high health pool. And stainless armor and gas blood is a really powerful combination. So, yeah. Anyways, back to the... I don't know. Yeah. I'll probably turn down the stream delay next time, because...
Darkness lingers in this place, causing explored areas to quickly return to obscurity. With only 31 hit points and no way to retrace our previous path, going through this biome to get the health pickup is basically suicide. If I had remembered this fact earlier, I probably would have been more careful, instead of getting jumped by the Hamikset.
Oh my god, Hamas!
Ow! Well, but
That's only one of 2 times I got jumped by the Hamikset in this area of the video. The other one was earlier in the video. You could see a clip of it. I flipped him around weirdly for some reason, but yeah, I took a lot of damage from Hamas. Whoops.
what's done is done. Instead of dying in the coal pits, let's take a different path. Digging back into the mines, we can take the chasm back to the snow zone. Unfortunately, every path from here to a health pickup is...
I forgot I did this. This is totally MS Paint. Yeah, rubble, poly, death, you are here, explosion. Steve. Well, yeah. Yeah, sometimes MS Paint is just like the solution. I don't know.
It's likely to kill us. But we have Luminous Drill, and with it, the power to make our own path.
I guess I should mention, this map, there's a website, I think it's like Noita map or whatever, that just like has maps of Noita worlds, not like your world, but just a world that they captured entirely. The poly being entirely your fault. No, that was a, huh? What is this? Warning, the stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, I'm not gonna worry about that. That's fine. Maybe that's my internet connection. I will have to figure out how that works. The poly being entirely your fault on the map? No, because there was a second bottle of chaotic polymorphine. And it broke immediately, just down there. That's not my fault, actually. It's just there. I don't know why, but it's a surprise tool that'll help us later. But yes, all of these Noita maps, they're technically, they're not exactly what my world looks like, but for this sequence, it's fine. Also, the colors are weird here because I'm at such low HP that the edges of my screen is actually flashing red, and that just looks so bad, and so I made everything just a tinge blue to try and counteract that.
The bladderfish is not insane.
You could see it here. Maybe you can see it here. I don't know what bitrate looks like. You can see it on the YouTube just a little bit. It's much less than it would be otherwise.
About the bladderfish.
Oh, and the bladderfish. Yeah, we're not talking about the bladderfish. We're not talking about it.
But what if I want to talk about the bladderfish?
Yeah, you can use your seeds to see your world, not just not your effect on it. Yeah. Wait, on the like Noita map website, or because for most of the, like, if I couldn't find a solution to like get my seed specifically, Partially because later on in, I guess, the series, in Restoring the World in Noita, that becomes a lot more complicated than it really should be. And also, like the Noita map website, it does not have mapping for... There's a different website that does, but by the time I saw that, like, my save file was just completely somewhere else. But, okay. I guess I'll keep that in mind if I ever make a third one. I don't know at this point in time. I want to play some other games for now because this game drove me insane. But yeah, here we'll put Sanai out. Actually, let's put I don't want Koichi to like hog all the spotlight, but let's put Sanai and Koichi out as the extra stage of subterranean animism.
So, that took an hour. Fun. If I wasn't using concentrated mana, which quadruples mana regeneration,
Without
it
mana.
probably would have taken longer.
That's it.
Given how useful this stuff is, I'm actually going to take Iron Stomach over Melee Immunity.
I got so much shit for this.
Huh?
Iron Stomach over Melee Immunity. Iron Stomach over Melee Immunity is certainly one of the choices of all time.
What? Bruh.
Because Iron Stomach, like, because I had Sea of Mimicium and easy ways to access so much liquid, like, that was my end goal, and I also knew I wanted to go for Eat Your Vegetables. So that's why I took it. Melee Immunity, I wasn't gonna let things get close to me, and eventually Stainless Armor means that, you know, you're fine. But yes, evening. Might I ask who the plushies are? I've seen them in your videos a lot. Sorry for my lack of anime plushie knowledge. That is perfectly fine, especially since it's not actually from an anime. These plushies are of characters from the video game series Toho Project, which is about the most anime thing that isn't actually anime. They're bullet hell video games with a very anime art style and just so many of like goobers like this. Yeah. Yeah, I do like Toho Project a lot. I use a lot of ranges of Toho Project music in my videos because that's just what I listen to and I think, that's good. I'll just use it in a video. Yeah, I don't have a lot of comments about how like Toho Project music is in Destroying the World in Noita because it's sort of the same treatment I've given a lot of recent videos where it's just like what I'm doing, what I was listening to at the time. Restoring the World in Noita, I put a lot of thought into the music in that one specifically. Didn't they make a fan anime about Toho? Which one? There's a few of them, and depending on what your definition of anime is, like probably like Summer Day Dream, Memories of Phantasm. I've heard people don't like Memories of Phantasm. I have not watched it myself. Oh yeah, and before I move on, thank you, Violnios. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry, but yeah, thanks for the warm feelings. Yeah, if there were not multiple fan anime about Toho, I would be surprised. Yeah, Toho Project, surprisingly active community. Just a bunch of people making shit just because they love. Go from one video every 3 years to a live stream? What the fuck? I'm trying to fix that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix... I don't like uploading like once a year. Like sometimes it's just the hand that life gives you. But yeah. While we're on the subject of Toho, okay. Thoughts on Best Girl Moko, the only one I have merch of. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. Moko. Honestly, some of the images with like her and the fucking fire and all of that, they go hard. Like like I've got other favorites, but Moko's a fucking badass. Is fire literally she is. Soon we'll see the rise of the Captain Freefall community. Okay. I don't know. I feel like community stuff is all like YouTube side. I just make the videos, man. Like that's all I do. Whether people or not see them or not is mostly if YouTube recommends them and if people decide to click on them. Decisions that I don't make. Yeah. I'm the only channel you get notifications for. I am honored. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Back onto whatever the hell this guy is doing.
It sounds stupid. Immunity perks or something.
First, I was gonna pull up a tier list or something, but for some reason, every perk tier list is just fucked. Yeah. I feel like perk tier lists are highly dependent on what level of the game you're playing at and what you're trying to do, because some perks that are like really good if you're just trying to get through just suck ass long term. And alternatively, I don't choose perks because it's meta or optimal. I choose perks because it's funny, because I think if I have like 20 stacks of projectile duplicate or projectile repelling field, then it's funny to just cosplay as Gojo Satoru.
Best in the game, but Iron Stomach will allow us to drink as much concentrated mana as we want, which is a lot. Like 24 times the normal "you are going to explode" limit.
Yeah.
Okay, now that you've like mentioned the every perk tier list out there is fucked. Now you have to go and make your own perk tier list, you know.
I don't want to do that though. maybe I don't know, stream idea? I don't know. I feel like I don't have stuff to add there, because like I said, I don't pick things because it's like meta or good all the time. There are some things that I just don't take because I don't like them, but generally speaking, I just do stuff because I think it's funny. Like you've seen oh dude, how yeah it's Mimikium. If I had a nickel for every small YouTuber doing stream for a semi-niche game right now, I'd have 15 cents. That's a lot. Now, either you are either you're watching 3 streams at once, or you're picking me, which I am. Water and concentrated mana create more concentrated mana. Yeah, water just kind of converts to concentrated mana, so effectively turning Sea of Mimicium into water into concentrated mana is how did he get so much water? Sea of Mimicium. I explained that earlier in the video. I explained it kind of fast though, and that's one of the things. Like with Noita in particular, but in general my videos, I tend to try and explain things very, very quickly. And so if you don't immediately pick up on whatever insane bullshit I'm laying down, I feel like it's easy to get lost. The first video made me realize how little I understood about the game. Yeah, the first video did the same to me when I had to edit it. Like when I was sitting there like, how do I explain what's going on? Like I actually learned a lot about the game while editing the video. It's kind of like that thing of what do you call it? When you teach someone something, you learn it better yourself because you have to know what you're teaching to others. And I'm not perfect in that regard. Need to get on that Ritalin, dude. It's very good. I'm not ADHD. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this would come up as a stream topic. Do I dabble in alchemy? In Noita, I will at the end of both of these videos. Generally not, because I can never find the materials I need. Like if I want to get ambrosia, it's not like I'm gonna find honey and diamond lying around easier. Like I'm just gonna find ambrosia at this rate, and it's gonna take 4 years. Not sure if she'll stay. Yeah. To explaining recursion. I mean, fair. I don't know how long this stream is gonna take. I don't even remember how long I've been live for. I'm sure there's a way to see it.
43 minutes.
43 minutes. 43 minutes, and we're 7 minutes through. My voice is gonna die. Yeah. Oh God. I have words to say about that recursion sequence because I had to make those cards. Guiding powder at the end of restoring the world in Noita. I need to move on.
That should last us a few hours. By the way, Sea of Mimicium is how.
Yeah, oh yeah, I literally Sea of Mimicium. Hello.
In the first place. While this is a useful application of the spell, concentrated mana is not actually the liquid I'm looking to replicate. That would actually be ambrosia, which is a poison when ingested, but when merely touched, grants complete damage immunity. It's the third and final component needed to get to a parallel world. Unlike Luminous Drill and Teleport Vault though, Ambrosia can't just be purchased inside a holy mountain. It must be found out in the world. Even if the flask is broken, which is common when left out in the open, even if that is the case, we should be able to collect a few pixels of the material. And that will be enough for... Luigio, however I pronounce that. For the cart, was it just a bunch of transforms? Yeah, it's just moving things about. Move this asset to these coordinates, move this asset to these coordinates. I do a surprising amount of math editing my videos because it's trying to figure out what coordinates I need to move an asset to. But when we get to chapter, what is it, 5, the scale of infinity, I'll explain more then, yes? I don't know.
For our needs. We'll see.
However, as the search goes on, the limited nature of a single world becomes ever pressing. Though the jungle rewards us with better wands and superior spells, it too...
Oh wait, I forgot I did something with the subtitles here.
For our needs. However, as the search goes on...
These are bold, because I'm saying this in a dramatic voice, as if there's a thing that's very important that's happening, because this is the only key... Yeah. 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 This is the sort of thing I had Mythos do for the beginning of Restoring the World in Noita, but
on the limited nature of a single world not to be found.
This is just prose.
That are often prone to detonate it. The divine drink is not to be found. Not devoid of danger. We would appear. As much as I would love to keep waxing poetic about the divine drink, it really is getting us nowhere. Unfortunately, I've bet everything on finding the damn potion. Even the holy mountains. The things that Luminous Drill
total
cannot
reference.
cut our
I don't have Yuyuko Fubo, but I will put Yuyuko up. Because Yomu. If you know, you know. The divine liquid is not to be found here. Yeah, Yuyuko, come on, sit down. There we go. I had to get her a stand or something. Yeah. This is entire. The line is a Toho reference. When I was editing, I don't know. I guess I must have been having just a wild day because I was like, it's a Toho reference. I'm gonna make it the most Toho reference.
None. But as it will turn out, the gods really don't like.
These are all god characters.
It when you cut through there.
There's Kaneko. Hello. This is before I had tonight.
Great temples. Do so once and they'll send Steve in to protect them. Dealing with him is actually pretty easy, but his brother Scott is a whole other story. This holy mountain marks the third Steve killed, meaning that every future holy mountain will contain Scott instead. Our wand build is pretty solid, so fighting Scott without Ambrosia isn't actually impossible. It's just a risk I'd rather.
This is there.
Fucking finally.
Yeah. Hello, Ambrosia. Took forever. One thing I'm gonna mention in this I'm gonna skip about a little bit more because there are some sections where I don't have like stuff to talk about, and I assume you've seen the video in this live stream. If you haven't, this is kind of like the worst way to experience it for the first time with some just dipshit just pausing every however many seconds. But I recorded this video, both of my Noita videos actually, in call with other people in Discord. I have it layered out so that I can just mute whatever they're talking about in the background. I think during this clip there's actually people talking about probably Magic the Gathering. I don't know. They're doing a lot of yapping while which is probably why it takes me so long to say words, because I get talked over very easily.
Now I can go break into the parallel worlds. I do.
That was not where that was supposed to be. Hello.
That took way too long. After briefly stopping to collect some cash,
entered gold. I just you know it's a Noita moment when you just skip over the gold. Like, the gold is never explained. It just occurred to me that, like, yeah, that's a Noita moment right there. But yeah. Also, tiny Easter egg for like Toho fans is Necrophantasia while I'm talking about boundaries. Yep, that's a Yukari joke. It's even purple.
It's finally time to break through the boundary. As I said before, the process is pretty simple, though it's also extremely dangerous if performed improperly.
This is, when I wrote out this section, it was originally because I thought this video was going to come out way sooner, because I was doing Noita multiplayer around the same time, and I was like, great, maybe I can use this video to teach the people I'm playing with how to break into parallel worlds so that, you know, they don't just die. Which is why I spent so much time, sort of on this and trying to be extremely clear on this part. This is one of the only sections of the game where I actually consider, like, this being tutorial. Oh, it didn't load in the, emoji on that. Yeah, this is just the sort of... Yeah, this is why this is such a tutorial-esque... What? Sorry?
That's an extremely amusing emoji.
Yeah, I don't know where that emoji came from or how emojis on YouTube even work. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. My monitor has zoomed it in too small to really see that.
It's like fingernail biting. Like nail biting.
Nail biting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You taught me. I'm glad that the teaching worked. Wait, does Noita finally have a good multiplayer mod? Quant's Entangled World. Quant's Entangled World is pretty good. It's like not extremely stable, but Noita's not extremely stable. So you know what? If you just want to fuck around Noita with some friends, Quant's Entangled World is actually really good at that. You set up a lobby, you send your friends like whatever code to join the lobby, and then you just have your own thing. It does have this really neat thing where if any of your friends die, they turn into a ghost and try to kill you.
The ghosts are smart, by the way.
They're kind of smart. They're more intelligent than like the average ghost. Like I forget what it's called, but when the ghost that can spawn with one of your previous runs wands, they're smarter than that ghost significantly. They will use ambrosia. It is crazy. So yeah, that's why it's like in multiplayer, I'm really trying to make sure that everyone who's going to the parallel worlds knows how to do it, because if anyone dies to the cursed rock, that person is gonna kill everyone else, and we're gonna lose so much progress. Yeah. Noita multiplayer is like, for me, because I haven't played with anyone who's better than me, and I've basically just used it to teach other people the game, it's like being the head of a wizarding school and trying to get your students not to just kill themselves, you know? Like, no, Jimmy, do not touch the pink liquid. Yeah, because
I want to be a sheep.
they can carry potions. Because in the multiplayer mod, they have all of your stuff when you die. Your ghost is like your stuff. If you have like a ping pong loomy and a digging wand and all of that stuff, the ghost now has that and is trying to kill everyone else with it. It's insane. It is probably the most Noita way to have an actual punishment for players dying, but also a way to bring them back so that they don't just sit there forever. It's actually
Which is why it's absolute buns when your mythos gets flattened.
Yeah.
Because you're always carrying the good shit.
Well, that's because I make the good shit. And that's because you guys let me have the first teleport bolt. Multiple wands. Dude, those ghosts are strong in multiplayer. But I mean, I guess that's fair considering if you kill the ghost, you revive your friend and they can play again. They only have like 20 HP or whatever, but like it is a way that Noita, you can die in Noita without dying. It's kind of like Extra Life.
To begin, we'll use Luminous Drill to dig towards the
Oh
cursed
god.
rock.
This HUD replacement. Oh, you can see there's just a tiny bit of like the actual HUD right here. God damn it. Because this is all in like where it is, I just put a giant black box over this, little bit of gradient to make sure that it looked fine, and then I just custom selected all of these in order to explain what I was doing. You can see it actually switches on whenever I swap things. Yeah, that was a lot of work.
Next, we stain our clothes with ambrosia. This will protect us from the damage cursed rock
Wand
inflicts.
given to a ghost.
Finally,
that would
teleport
just...
vault. We can inch forward.
Infinite recursion wand would not exist in multiplayer. Like, when I say multiplayer is much less stable, I mean in probably this one, in this run here, I go out to several parallel worlds out. Multiplayer, it's a bit laggy when you do that. So I would not build the infinite recursion one there. Though, to be fair, I would not build the infinite recursion one, considering Spells to Power has just always not done fun things to my game.
Into the boundary. From here, it's a simple cycle of carving out some space with our drill and teleporting to move ahead. If you're wondering why we can't just walk instead of teleporting, well, there is actually a reason. Movement dries our clothing, and ambrosia stains deplete faster than most. If we were to simply walk forwards, our immortality would cease to exist, and the curse here would kill us quickly. Thus, teleporting is safer than walking. Once on the other side of the boundary, we can move as normal, though we're not quite out of the woods yet. On the surface of parallel worlds, shadow copies of a couple of bosses spawn as normal enemies, much like borrowing from the Scarlet Devil.
Oh! Hold on. Gold is Forever perk is really bad in multiplayer. Going to parallel worlds with a Lumidrill must be torture. It is, and I do it every single time I get to parallel worlds, because I can never find a black hole as early as I want it, and even if I do, you'd either have to go and kill the High Alchemist, or you can just, if you've done that once already, you can find the Greek letter spells up in probably the easiest shop to get to is the one in heaven. But depending on what I have, I might not have the ability to do all of that, so yeah. I love these toe sequences. Yes, that's the thing I
Parallel worlds,
wanna yap
shadow
about.
copies of a couple of bosses spawn as normal enemies. Much
Scarlet Devil Mansion. I built the library of the Scarlet Devil Mansion in Minecraft because I couldn't find an image that I really liked of it. So I was like, I sat down one night and I was like, screw it, I'll do it myself. I put on a 3D resource pack, some shaders, took this screenshot. It's supposed to look good from exactly one angle. And yeah, I have a version with the bookcases filled,
like borrowing.
and then all the books are gone. Shadow Alchemist stole the precious thing. Well, if you see here, there's some black pixels, some white pixels, and some yellow-looking pixels. So, I wonder which character that is. Accidentally deleted my save file, so I'm going around trying to collect all my progress again. I admire your efforts. I would not have the patience for that. Yes, I built this. I built this just, like... I'm not usually a Minecraft builder, but, I mean, shaders and the... one of the new wood types, I think it is. Just, yeah. Yeah, it's Marissa. Of course it's Marissa. Yeah, when we get to this sequence with the Scarlet Devil Mansion in Restoring the World in Noita, I'll have more to say about it because, yeah, it's Reimu. Yeah, obviously Reimu Hakare. Yes. God, I hope we get to Restoring the World in Noita today. This might be a longer live stream than I thought it would be.
Borrowing from the Scarlet Devil Mansion.
Oh, and yeah, I have some squash and stretch on Patchouli over here as he changes sprites, and one singular book, which is a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Getting past these guys is just a matter of being fast enough, and while that might not be a perfect solution, it is enough to reach the cave entrance. So we back in.
I also changed my skin to this and built this, which is a rough approximation of what in the Captain Sparkle's Revenge video, the set in there looks kind of like this. This is in the world file. This was sitting right next to the Scarlet Devil Mansion library. And I say was because that file no longer exists.
The mines.
And screen cap of the silliest comment I've ever gotten. You didn't count on your chat wanting to listen to you. Most people don't want to listen to me. Like, that's just a thing. And I don't know why, and I don't know when I managed to change that. Like, yeah, I guess that's also part of why I speak quickly, because I'm trying to make sure I get out what I'm trying to say before I either inevitably get cut off or something. I don't know. It's wild, because, like, most people don't like just listening to me, I think. I don't know. Maybe that's a holdover of a...
voice, though.
Sorry, say again?
You have a good narrator voice.
So I'm told. I don't know. I mean, I'm used to hearing my own voice now, but that doesn't mean I think it's particularly, like, good. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, chat's like, no, we want to listen to you. And I'm like, I'm glad because, chat, this is the first time in my life that I've experienced this. So, well, not the first time, but you know what I'm saying. Generally, this is the exception in my life because I'm usually rambling about some inane bullshit like this. But you guys like it, so yeah. 29 viewers. That's that's about, yeah.
Okay, but seriously, we did it! We're in a parallel world! A fresh set of perks await. The only catch is that we can't take these portals to get the...
Yeah.
This is why I wasn't too concerned.
Luckily,
Smart Lord Win.
it's smart to Lord Win. You know, that's one thing that... Not ASMR, to clarify. The channel that does ASMR Toho Lord... that's Genso Chronicle. Because I don't know what's up with Genso Chronicle's microphone, but... he just sounds really ASMR in his videos. When I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with this channel in like 2021, I initially thought, well, maybe I do lore videos about Toho. And then I was like, I do not know enough about the series. I know a lot about the series. I am quite a Toho fan, but I'm not like the top tier, you know? Like, I know enough about Toho to know exactly how little I know. I'm in that point of the curve. I've never absorbed any content about Toho except that one video of you playing a game about it where you can stop time. Yes, where you play as Sakia Izuyoi, whose magic power is to stop time. Yep. Yeah, Luna Nights it would be. Yeah, Luna Nights was really fun. Yeah. I I made that Luna Nights video back, what was that, early 2022? Yeah, I made that Luna Nights video because I wanted an excuse to play it again. Not because it was remotely, not because I had anything interesting to say about it. I just wanted to play it again, and I'm like, oh, cool, I'll make a video out of it. And I can make all the Toho references I want, because if you're watching a Luna Nights video... Yeah, every video of yours is a classic for me. I do try to produce as many classics as I can. Yeah, the wise man knows he's a fool. Well, if I know that the wise man knows he's a fool, does that make me actually the wise man, or is that just a fool pretending to be a wise man by knowing that he's a... I'm losing myself in my own thought process.
Got significantly easier, allowing us to grab such perks as All-Seeing Eye and Fire Immunity. However,
22.
perks aren't the only thing Holy
is having
Mountains are good
infinite
for.
speed,
They
and that's it. Toho Project is like anti-power scaling because every single character is broken.
also contain a decent variety of spells. Look at this one! It summons a
power
rock,
scaling.
and with it, we will do great things. Throughout the work in the parallel worlds, I alone am the nowhere to be.
Oh my god, it's the Jujutsu Kaisen bit. Yeah, this is... there's actually a lens flare centered on here, which is how it glows and lights up everything. This looks very MS Paint. It was more or less... because it was more or less traced over the actual episode of Jujutsu Kaisen, because I am not an artist. This was the best I could do at the time. And yeah, I wanted a Gojo reference in here, just because one of my favorite things to do in Noita is just to stack up a projectile repulsion field and just have it there. You should play one of my favorite power scaling games, Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill's fun. Hollow Purple, but instead of Height of Sorcery, you throw a really angry rock. I mean, originally, I wanted a different combination of spells to be this, because I actually wanted to use, what is it? I think it's Circle of Polymorph plus the homing perk makes these circles that just go everywhere and turn everything into sheep, and it's really strong and really weird. So that's the original combination, but I decided to make this homing rock, 1, because it's funny, and 2, because it sets the tone of the power scaling. The fact that we're at what in Jujutsu Kaisen terms is very close to like the top end of Jujutsu Kaisen. And meanwhile, in Noita, that's just like, yeah, this is the middle point of part 1. Yeah, I'm not an artist. Meanwhile, all your vids are peak true Dunning-Kruger. I am not a like digital artist like that draws stuff. I do consider myself an artist when it comes to videos or short films or whatever, because there's no other way to describe the types of dumb things I'll do just to let the creativity work.
In terms of digital or traditional art, the most artist moment you've had was coming over here to complain about how much hands suck ass to draw. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, they do, but I mean, hey.
Imaginary technique. Homing rock.
Ooh, it actually worked! Holy shit! Oh, this is also the first usage of that last remote piano. Because I wanted it to mirror the dojo sequence in season 2 as much as possible.
I'm gonna finish watching JoJo.
Oh my god. It's beautiful. Yeah. Hands should not be a thing. Yeah. Yeah.
No, true.
Okay,
Real.
note for future streams. I'm gonna turn down the stream delay because it means that like I get sidetracked onto conversation topics. That
Fair
yeah.
enough.
Anyways, so I said there's not much to the music in this video, except last remote. I've used a lot. I used last remote at the beginning, at the end, and the piano at the middle. It's I sort of use it as like the theme of the Noita videos, so to speak.
After getting the rest of the perks in each
And then
one,
I immediately subvert that with PC98. Yeah. Lobotomy Corp or any Project Moon game is absolute cinema, also masochist. I'm not a masochist. I simply want to test my own limits and know what's... No, I'm not even that. Just want to say all the last remote remake usage. Yeah. Last remote is so good. Fun fact trivia, Last Remote is the only song that has ever made me cry. Like, it's so just... I genuinely shed tears listening to it once.
we desperately need to go shopping. Though Parallel Worlds will give us as many holy
That's
mountains
Heartman's
as we
Yokai
want,
Girl, but
it's easier to obtain
I mean,
certain spells by rotating 90 degrees. Because the heavens are known for their phenomenal marketplaces. Ascending to the heavens is extraordinarily literal, and while the locals don't take kindly to our presence, this is decidedly their problem.
USD Stage 5. I love Made in the Pocket Watch of Blood.
What the fuck was
Like,
that?
it's
Luckily, there
it's
are
no
places
Last
where-
Remote, but Made in the Pocket Watch of Blood is actually probably my favorite Sakia song. Which is wild, because, like, you know, Flowering Nights exists and is, like, the common answer, and then you get the other half, which is, like, hi, what about Luna Clock, Lunar Dial? And, you know, that's also a good answer, and meanwhile, I'm just in the middle with, like, yes, Made in the Pocket Watch of Blood, that's mine. You can blame Luna Nights for that.
Enemies don't spawn, and this is where we'll be spending our coin. Each spell costs about 35 grand up here, but that's why we visited the gold. Besides, even just a few to dig from one holy mountain to the other, well, might I enter
For Jay-Z Boys animation. Oh, the Sakia one. Oh, yeah. I liked... Yeah, Sakia versus Chara. I have opinions on that one. I like Azrael versus Marissa, though. Azrael and Marissa are both... my favorite characters in those respective series. So watching them duke it out.
I wonder what the common denominator is.
Yeah, it's It's funny because like when people meet me now, like they think I'm like big Rainbow Laser fan because Marissa, but no, I'm Marissa fan because big Rainbow Laser. That's the direction that went. Though hilariously, a lot of Azrael Dreamer and his attacks at the end of True Pacifist of Undertale are super based on Marissa. because, yeah, because Toby Fox is certainly a man.
We've come full circle.
Yeah.
Introduce you to unlimited black holes. That's the type of difference that Greek letter spells can make. And while Luminous Drill is one of my favorite spells, it's time to retire it. Compare breaking through the western border with the eastern one. The difference is as clear as day.
I wish I still had this footage. Does Marissa have a big rainbow laser? She has the big rainbow laser. She has the love-colored Master Spark. I should make a Master Spark one sometime. I do want to. I jokingly call one of the wands I have in this video Master Spark. But, like, it's not a true Master Spark wand. I feel like that would have to be... I almost want to say that, like, probably Plasma with, like, the Plasma Enhancer. Yeah. Because I feel like that would be, like, true Master Spark wand. But, like, I came close.
Eventually, I plan to make an unlimited healing wand with this tech, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, we're back to perk farming, grabbing such classics as Permanent Shield, Tinker with Wands Everywhere, Peace with Gods, Perk Lottery. At this point, it's less a matter of choosing which perks we do want, and more about choosing ones we don't. Take Leggy Mutation, for example. I had never seen this perk before, and so I figured, hey, what's the worst that could happen? Turns out, the damn perk cripples you.
Leggy Mutation and Lukey Mutation are two different perks. I took Lukey Mutation because Leggy Mutation sucks. And I figured that was the best way to, mitigate the consequences. I completely forgot. General mistake. Oh, hello! Hello! I know you. Yeah, I forgot the stream was happening. Oh, jeez. I mean... I did not, like, announce shit. Like, I spent so long, like, trying to make sure that all of the technical stuff is working. And then I was like, fuck it, we go. If I wanted to really promote it, I probably should have put, like, a pinned comment or maybe even a bit in Restoring the World in Noita that says, hey, I'm gonna do this. But I wasn't sure I was gonna do it until, like, 2 days ago. Like, I was very, yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
I think it was Friday when you asked me about settings.
Yes. Dunker Slam made a video where he makes the most powerful plasma beam possible. I should watch more Dunker Slam because I know that he's good at Noita and I am not.
Fuck, now that perk was a mistake. If Teleport Bolt wasn't just the better way of moving about, I probably would.
I'm just gonna...
And turning the world...
Oh, I think this is one of the few things that I didn't record myself as B-roll because I didn't want to mess up my stats. My stats are messed up anyways, but that's because... that's because of the video that we'll get to in a bit. This bit, I think I just yoinked directly from the Noita wiki.
World to gold. Doing that now, doing that again.
I reached say I recognize you status by someone I watch. Well, okay, to be fair... in the YouTube community tab, or on the YouTube studio, you're like one of 2 people who has ever mentioned me. So yeah, and so when I, yeah,
would just be a waste of potential. So that's not what we're going to do. Instead, we are going to go for collecting the 33 orbs.
So. This graphic with 33 orbs on it, I just used this graphic so many times because I was like, I'm going to do this once, I want to make it look cool, and then I just used this in so many places. Hold on, is live Fumo reaction blocking? That's, no, grab this one, hello, there we go, you can see there's another orb behind my Fumos here. Yeah. We'll put Satori out because it's her bird. That's, yeah.
Destroying the Kolma Silma and restoring the world to a peaceful state. Not for any particularly noble reasons. I just want the pretty necklace.
The fuck when you make an entire video because of 6 pixels? The fuck when you make 2 videos because of 6 pixels? God damn! Um, it's kind of funny to me that what was I gonna say? Oh, yes, character wise, when you make a video like this, is it her birthday? I don't think today celebrates any of the Fumos, as far as I know. Wait, live Fumo reaction is actually live? It is live! It is so live! Hold on a sec. I'm sorry, Yuyiko. Yes, live Fumo reaction is live. I should put a text. Should I put a text here that says, like, live Fumo cam? Because, like, yeah, this is live Fumo cam. Because I was just sitting here, I was, like, thinking, what would be a funny bit for the stream? Live Fumo reaction? Yeah. And it's not like I'm gonna have, like, a model or anything. Satori's okay, guys. Satori's okay.
Oh, wait.
It's the street delay because I think. Yeah. But whenever you have to put a text box up. Fine. How do I do this? Hup. This was my pre-stream text. I'm going to change it to properties. Live Fumo reaction. And then we're going to... Where is... I think it's in here that I get to set the font size. Is 72 the right size? No. That is too small. 128. That's not... 128. Okay. And then, hup.
Your start options languages exit is back on stream.
It should be,
It flicked on briefly.
Yeah, I know. Cause it was, how many Fuos do I have? I have 4! And then, 2 more coming in the mail. But yeah, live Fumo reaction. Live. We'll put Satori on the microphone. She is now physically resting on the microphone. Can you put a solid red box behind it? I don't know, can I? If I do... What is this? Hello. Properties. Back... No, not gradient. No.
Give the Fumos a sign to hold that says live Fumo reaction.
Do I have a piece of paper around here? Not when I want to Terra. I'm let me just, how do I outline? Outline? Holy cow, I can do outline. Pog. This is gonna take a moment. Huh. Well, okay. Let me just increase this to make sure that I can see. When is destroying the world outside of Noita? I don't. Oh, I wish I had a funny answer to that question. Yeah, he already destroyed the world outside of Noita by destroying his PC. Yes, the fire hazard PC, I'd call it that. The fire hazard PC is fine. Okay, listen, when you have a 13700K and a 40 series graphics card, which means that you have the stupid fucking connector on it. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad okay, Constellation, you're gonna have to help me with scene stuff on another date, because apparently streaming is actually kind of fun. Stream is up by 400% stocks. This is so stupid. This is so unbelievably stupid. But yeah. Okay. I mean, hey, but that's yeah. 2028 when the next video posts. 2027. I actually, I didn't do this last year. What I want to do this year is I want to try to make a video around Christmas, hopefully. That's the current plan. Yeah. But we'll have to see. Yeah.
Anyways, to do all that, we're gonna need something stronger than a rock.
So he says around
Before,
Christmas,
we were
it'll
using
probably be out in
concentrated
March.
light, multicast with chains.
Just because you know that's what happened with the Terraria video doesn't mean you get to perk up like that.
It wasn't even because of the Terraria video.
That's literally what happened with the Terraria video. I tried to make it
what happened with the Terraria
new stream
video.
every blood moon. Yeah, I don't expect to be like one of those like guys who like streams constantly, because that's not my main thing. Yeah, 2037. Yeah.
2037.
Thank you, chat. The worst part is that I do just deserve this. This is not even a meme. This is just real. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Saw to create this. Not bad, but we can do better. Let's add perks into the mix. Specifically, 2 copies of Glass Cannon. This perk quintuples our
Just to
damage
make sure to
output
put another
at the cost
faster
of
than I
having
can
low
upload
maximum
joke.
HP. It takes 5 holy mountains just to get our health back up to 100, as the extra max health pickups lose all effect.
I thought I was being clever when I made the faster than I could upload joke, and then yikes.
But yeah, quintuple damage.
Oh my god, why is the chainsaw spell icon so look at the bottom right. Yeah, of the chainsaw spell icon.
As the extra max.
Great, now I gotta scroll back to see.
Not bad. We were using concentrated light, multicast with chainsaw.
Yeah, it just looks like that. I don't know. Admittedly, these assets, so Noita, the spell and the little border around the spell, they're separate assets. So for every single one of these, I actually just combine them together with what they would be. Because in Noita, you know, the spell themselves have this little wiggly animation. But in the video, they don't, because it just couldn't be bothered to figure out how to do that. Although, admittedly, that is basically just anchor point, top left corner, and a little bit of rotate. But, whatever. Whatever. This is the problem. These are the sorts of things I think while making these videos, and then I'm like, well, shit, guess I gotta do it now. And then it takes 7 years because I'm doing what Team Cherry did with Silk Song. I just spent forever. That's what restoring the world in Noita was like, by the way. Like, it really was. Okay.
Twice, because we have 2 stacks, so that's 25
No, the space
times.
between the chain and the metal itself.
How about another perk?
It
like eat
happens.
your vegetables.
I don't know.
It adds damage based on health. Little overkill. After all, the damage scales logarithmically, but I wouldn't argue with the results. Next,
The teeth of the chainsaw, I think you're looking for. Oh, hello, Holy
what the
Bomb.
fuck is this?
Okay. Okay, what does this do? I got a few comments that were saying, yo, you need to, like, not cast the spells that you discover if you want to survive, and fair is fair. I put homing on it! I thought it was gonna fly away! It shouldn't have hit me! What?
You're almost.
Free fall, any comments about the Subnautica bladderfish? You said it yourself, we're not talking about the bladderfish. Yes.
dying.
I'm curious. What if I want to talk about the bladderfish?
Shit.
I never expressed.
Shit.
Yeah. This punch-in is because it took twice as long for me to unpolymorph as in the video. He edited the video frame by frame. I do that sometimes. Unironically. Which, 30 frames per second, that would be okay. 60 frames per second. Like, why am I this dumb? Why did I do this?
Twice. after almost dying twice. After almost dying twice, it's back to the perk mines for us, taking what we want, skipping what we don't, and causing utter calamity in between.
Fair. My favorite part, the power scaling montage, where it's like the... where it's just like, ah yes, if it's flashy, I'm showing it. Because it ain't magic if it ain't flashy!
Oh god.
Yeah. I originally, back when I was first formulating what destroying the world in Noita would be, post-run, and I was just thinking about how do I turn this into a video, I thought I'd do a lot more explaining about how I became God, basically, in terms of the power scale. But I never actually did, because it would have taken too long, especially because the things that you need to start are so much more important, because once you get to a certain point, you just do whatever.
Oh god, what have I done?
New A theme, love to see it.
Okay, we're pretty powerful.
Yeah, this is this is what happens when you take the invisibility perk and you have Lucky mutation and Leggy mutation. You just start to look like this, which someone else, I think in the comments put it really good, that it just adds to the whole Destroyer of Worlds vibe the video has, and yes.
I really want to call it a biblically inaccurate angel, because instead of like wings and eyes, it's just legs.
I mean, yeah, it's this Noita is how I imagine Eldritch horror now. Like, this is just
Yeah, that's probably a good way of going about it.
like, oh, Yiko is dead. It happens sometimes. Cause yeah, it's just the worst part is that most of the stuff is kind of comprehensible, but it's so insane that if you were to comprehend it, it would just drive you to just this. So yeah, for the rest of the series, this is kind of just what I look like now.
Arguably to the point that the game can't handle our strength. I mean, it did crash multiple times, in fact, and games are usually meant not to do that. Here's the thing, though. The final
Desmos,
boss's
hello?
health scales exponentially
pretty
with the
sure
number
this
of
is
orbs
Desmos.
collected. And if we want that shiny necklace, brilliant hit points,
so-
which we can't even...
It's so hard to like really show what an exponential curve looks like because it just works. Can't you get immunity to polymorph? I forget how, but you can do it. It takes a while. I think you have to either drink a lot of polymorphine with the Iron Stomach perk, or the more stable way is Polymage Mute. But yeah, the muscly human legs. Yeah, don't worry. I eventually get rid of those when I fuck up. But
scratch right now. I initially thought producing infinite recursion. Infinity is probably larger than a trillion, so it sounds, which itself falls short of infinity. Simply put, Spells to Power is crashing my game, and I have no idea how to use it safely. The save file is already a little bit unstable.
the save file is already a little bit unstable. I didn't think that would be the main theme of the next video. Dear God.
I mean, do you not have any legs? Oh, that's sad. Did I destroy all your legs or something? Ooh, feisty. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Alright, well, that's the spark.
Just, I'd like to point out where the spells are going and how they missed! They all missed! They all missed! Marisad.
Point is, Spells to Power is too dangerous to use, and we need another way to bridge the gap. Gold to Power is a viable substitute, since it hard caps at 24,000 gold, but we would need infinite cash to use it sustainably. Turns out, though, that when dealing with money, Infinity lies are somewhere around 2.1 billion. Liberal usage of holy bombs along...
This is just my teleport spell.
Inside a few stacks of the greed
Oh,
perk
dear
is
God.
enough to reach this point. Gold to
This
power
was
adds a
utterly
rather
insane.
respectable
Oh,
10,000
fuck.
damage to our
We're
one,
coming up to,
which is compounded by all the usual
We're coming
bonuses.
up to the Yokai Girl Subconscious Swing section, which is where I yap about how the divide buys work, and this took so much time to make. Yeah.
As well, but we can do better. How? Underneath its magic, you ask? Well, all we have to do is divide by 800. Underneath its magic
Animated logo, because I fucking could.
exterior, Noita is something of a deck building game.
These card assets I made. I think I yoinked the sky from probably a Fury Forged video somewhere, because he had more stars in his sky than I did. These borders, I've just taken borders from Noita, stretched them around, bam, that's the backside of a card.
Where each spell acts as a card.
Of course, it's fucking little bit of basic 3D to make them be able to flip around, and all of these projectile cards I made as well. Took the right color of the border, tried to display as many stats on the card as I could, hit the description. God, I don't know how long these cards took to do, but it was at least a day of effort to get these cards all working. And that's just to, like, have the assets. And then I need to make them move around and flip around and stuff, and it's just...
Card drawn from the deck, adding various effects to the spell cast in the hand, which is then resolved and moved to the discard. As a part of their
Fades
effect,
out.
certain spells such as modifiers and multicast draw one or more spells from the deck, and yes, for all you Yu-Gi-Oh fans, this means that double spell is actually Pot of Greed in disguise.
This line exists purely because I didn't have the right timings, and it just, yeah.
The weirdness begins.
So, hello, Kirby. I also animated that. I went to the sprite sheet for Kirby. Probably Superstar. The one that Sample did the challenge videos on. He's done multiple on the different Kirby games. Superstar Ultra, I think. Animated him
When you
sliding
start creating
in
copies of cards,
and
which all
eating
activate
that and turning blue, and these
their own draw
are
effect.
sitting here.
This isn't having two identical.
In order to get cards to flip over, I need to do the movement on two assets, both on the asset of the back, and then immediately make it disappear when it goes onto the front. It's like, oh my god, why did I do this to myself?
Cards in hand, that's fine. When we're talking about using the same card twice.
I hadn't even played Balatro at this point. Fun story, I won my very first game of Balatro. Someone handed me a Steam Deck with it on it, and then I proceeded to take like an hour with it or something like that, and he was just sitting there like, I thought you'd be done by now. Meanwhile, I was getting fucking a Baron run going.
But because this is Noita, and that is totally possible. Using divide by spells, we can do just that.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot you referenced Big S in fact.
Specifically, a divide by spell will target the top card in the deck, cast as many copies of that spell as the divide by is rated for, then discard the top card from the deck. The first copy isn't allowed.
Did not realize you made that post animations for a couple minutes. It's just sort of the thing that I do for the Yokai Girl Subconscious Swing sections. Because they started a long time ago, and it's just like, it's just a thing now that I do. I don't know how many more of these I'm going to do. But yeah.
To draw more cards, but the remaining copies can. So copying modifier and spells tends to get extremely weird, as newly generated draws grab all.
Yeah, the editing is really good. I hope it's all been worth it.
Sorts of spells from the deck. This gets even more complicated when you divide by divide bys, creating what is known as a divide chain. In a chain, the first divide by targets the top card, the second divide by targets the second card, and so forth. If spells are drawn...
This is what taught you how divide by chains work. That is what I wanted to do with this section, because I was having trouble understanding them myself, and so, as I think I said earlier in the stream, you teach someone, it teaches you. And so, yeah. And so... Oh, and this section, this is manual. I calculated it out what this combination of spells would do, and then animated it to what it would be. Cause like
from the deck midway,
this is the order that they would cast in. As far as if I did the manual math right, I hope I did. I still need, like, yeah.
Through the chain, even weirder shit happens. And the
Yeah,
chain
including where how many empties it is and why it casts what and where. Yeah. I still need the red necklace though. I haven't gotten the red necklace because I might get it if I make a third Noita video, but I don't intend to really do the whole end of everything spell. I have it. I just like I don't wanna. Yeah, this is so many keyframes. Like, for a long time, I hesitated to call this stuff animating, and then when I did this sequence, I'm like, screw it. This is genuinely animating all of these. That's what this is.
less copies than it intuitively should have. The solution to this problem, of course, is to use even more divide bys. Divide chains can only be so long, and attempting to exceed this limit causes the excess divide bys to divide by 1.
This is
because the first cast of a divide by spell never draws, we can avoid any excess draw created by copying a
Hopefully I'll catch you before the end of the stream. Personally recommend LobCorp as I seem to like painful experiences. I mean, maybe, who knows? I don't know. These part of why these videos took so long is because I just don't have the time that I want to have. But do you know about the seed quest? You mean the sun seed? Yeah, I know what that is. That's originally what I wanted to do for second Noita video, but not possible in New Game Plus. So at least I got enough. I got enough content for this video. Dear God. Yeah.
modifier spell. This is also where the number 800 comes from.
Yeah.
It's the maximum number of copies a divide chain can create.
Incredible.
Divide by
Accurate,
10 has an
comprehensible. That's the most you can ask for of a Noita video. This is insane Wizard Simulator.
iteration limit of 2, so it occupies the first 2
All right,
slots.
have a
Divide
good
by
one.
4 has a limit of 3, occupying the third slot. Divide by
Mapper.
2 has a limit of 4, so naturally it occupies the 4th and 5th slots. We need that last one to function as a divide by 1, remember. Thus, the chain is 10 by 10 by 4 by 2 by 1, which is 800. Does any of that make sense? Dear God, I hope that made sense. I barely understand this shit myself.
That was all that I was supposed to say according to the script, but I was so tired at the end of the recording session, like the narration recording, that I just added on.
And that took way too many takes.
Yeah. I can only imagine if you make another Noita video, you'd be doing puzzles and quests like the sun, which would be cool. That, if I do a third Noita video, which, yeah, that's what I would want to do. I'd want to do puzzles and quests like Sunseed, and I'd also want to do multiplayer because I think there's some fun interactions that can be had with that. But that is 2032. That is 2032. Totally.
Yeah. Anyways, I kind of lost track of the math, but
Oh, another meme for the Toho brain rotted is the fucking Cyrano theme, however you want to pronounce that stupid idiot's name, while talking about strength. Yep, intentional.
casting 800 copies of Gold to
Insane
Power,
Wizards
multiplying
implies
by
that
a few
same
crit
wizards
bonuses,
exist, which they
alongside all the other
don't.
damage just discussed previously, and now this one deals somewhere around
1, 10, 100,
I love counting
thousands, 10,000.
Wow, everyone was just sticking around for recursion. I mean, fair is fair. That is such a technical set piece of the video. Like, I don't believe that. Like, there's just so much going on, and it's really just manually keyframing the math out and like scaling all the things properly and making the damn cards. I had to kit bash together cards and like, I don't know how to do that. I speak in pictures that move. How am I supposed to make ones that don't move? Well, they're supposed to move later on, but like, huh? Like, yeah. And then there's...
if spells are
I was thinking of like releasing some of these cards, but then I'd have to make more than like the 10 that I actually made. Because I only made 10 cards because they took so long to make, to pixel precision, where the text is, like to get the right font because it uses the font that's in Noita. Oh my God. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter now, does it? Even this number is a truly excessive amount of damage. The gods become afraid after only 1 million damage in one attack. Whether this deals 2 billion or 26.
This is really, really hard to see. Oh, I added text for it. Good. Yeah, it looks like an IP address. This Thank you. Yeah, this is a lot of damage. I had to try and count out like how much damage this was, and this is actually how much damage I deal to Colmy at the end of this video. Next video, obviously, you see the whole Colmy fight. This video, there's some stuff going on with that.
There's no doubt about it by now. I am the strongest. So, that's the damage sorted. Though, if we want to actually have a shot at killing a 33 orb Colmy, some preparations are in order. First, we need to talk about the orbs.
Okay, so, oh my god, Bad Apple and the other background fused into one because I got bored of the two backgrounds I already had. I don't know why I felt the need to do this. But I was like, screw it, let's just throw in the Bad Apple video in there just because. I don't know why I did this. And like to make it so that each of these pixels, without the original video file and there's thousands of added assets, wouldn't the project file be useless? Yeah, it would. And I don't mean the project file for the videos. I mean just the assets of the cards. 'Cause like those cards are I still think they actually look pretty decent for what they are. I forgot to ask, but do you have a Discord? I do not have a Discord server. I feel like if there's like demand, maybe, but I don't know. I still reveal the cuts and trimming throughout the video as long as the track's used, and you can get a good idea of time spent with that alone. Yeah, maybe I'll. I think in one of the community posts I like did a preview of what my timelines generally look like, but it's also I use so many nested sequences that it's not even funny.
In Noita, there are 11 orbs of true knowledge, scattered throughout the world. These 4 are the easiest to get, and I stumbled upon the Holy Bombs orb earlier too. But glaringly, 11 is much less than 33. In fact, it is exactly 1/3 of 33.
Make a Discord server with one channel and just let it run. That's kind of what I was. If I make a Discord server, that's what it would probably just be like something small, no maintenance. But I don't want to like have to worry about moderation.
There are exactly 2 channels, the general channel and then the Fumo channel.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, yes. I mean, that would probably be the case. I would probably have like a dedicated like Fumo channel and a dedicated send me a picture, send me art of Marisa Kirisame channel. Kind of like Azzy's chiptune stack shack. Blah, blah, blah. Azzy 14 who has made some chiptune stuff. I'm in that, yeah. It would be like that, but I mean, I don't know. Discord feels like a lot of work, but yeah. Almost 2 hours into the stream and not even on video 2. Yeah, no kidding. I was doing both videos because I thought to myself, oh no, video 1, like if I just do Restoring the World in Noita, that might be too short of a stream, and I don't know. Like what put the clown nose on me. Come on, just god damn it. And the super secret Fumo freezing feast. God damn. You know, okay, I'm gonna say it now. I suspect I don't know if I want to do it on the weekend or if I'll just do Mondays. Sending Fumo is how you verify you aren't a bot. Yeah. What I think what I'll do is it's hard to say scheduling wise. Holy shit, a behind the scenes? Yes, welcome to the behind the scenes where I get distracted by these goobers and the goobers in chat. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's yeah, maybe. I'll have to figure it out. I might, if I do a Discord server, I'd probably like say it on a live stream in the future live streams. I want to do some gaming live streams to, you know, see how those do and to play games that would normally also be boring, but to see, hey, here's what this looks like. And also I want to do a gaming live stream partially so that worst case scenario, if I disappear for another 2 years, hey, at least you know the ending of that story, right? Like, but that'll probably be next Monday? Yeah, next Monday, I'll say. Yeah. It might be Saturday. It might be next Monday. I will send out a community post whenever it is. I haven't scheduled these like I should, but I'm primarily a video guy, not a stream guy. So yeah. YouTube, please. Please, YouTube.
Huh, that's interesting. So, theoretically, if we were to take the 11 existing orbs and copy each of them twice, we'd have enough. Hey! Unsurprisingly,
World
the answer
graphic.
to this...
Wait, also, because I'm
We'd have
unnecessary, it's very brief, but the parallel worlds coming in correlates to the background wipe, because of course it does. God. I need to be thrown into,
Hey! Unsurprisingly, the answer to the scarcity problem is once again parallel worlds. Specifically, each orb has a corrupted counterpart on both the east and west side, which is shared between all worlds of the same type. Whether we pick up an orb
I wish I did a better job of explaining this.
in the first east world or the 10th, it still counts as the same east orb, which effectively limits us to 33. And yes, I am aware that the end of everything
11
can create
versus
even more
9.
orbs, but also activating Skalapendra's 9-tier attack was not, in fact, on my bucket list.
Dungeon Crawler Carl reference. Okay, so I don't know how much Dungeon Crawler Carl is like visible in this, but there's like actually a lot of Dungeon Crawler Carl influence in this video. Not as much in Restoring the World in Noita, because I haven't read Parade of Horribles, but what was the thing you said that was in the YouTube video and not in the rendered file? That's in Restoring the World in Noita. It's in the subtitles. It's a little Easter egg in the subtitles. Yeah. Dungeon Crawler Carl, like the whole idea of like the world is brutal, so be brutal back is totally from Dungeon Crawler Carl. And I was originally planning to do a bit more like references to it, but I didn't know how to work it into the video. But yeah. Yes. Yeah, I've read up to what do you call it? Constellation, help me out here. What's the name of the not
Whatever the hell
newest-
goes over floor 9.
Yeah, what's the name of that? Is that Inevitable Ruin? That's what it is.
Inevitable Ruin.
I've read up to Inevitable Ruin. I haven't read the new one that like just came out a few somethings ago. Was it a few weeks, a
maybe in
month?
the last
I don't
couple
know.
weeks, somewhere in there.
I have not read that yet, because I need something sane to do in the meantime.
With 11
What are the chances that at least 20% of the game's features were on complete accident? That wouldn't surprise. The game is like 90% secret, so I imagine the devs just set up a situation and was like, oh, this is interesting. Okay, let's make it happen. I mean, perk duplication still being in the game is kind of like that. But we'll talk.
orbs in the main world, 11 to the east and 11 to the west.
Hey, look, it's that same animation again.
We could fight Cormie and
the
get
orbs.
the shiny necklace. However, there are only 10 to the east and west. Wait, what?
Does this follow the perfect pixel? Is it still perfect pixel? It's hard to tell on YouTube because compression. Probably not.
Turns out, parallel worlds aren't exactly identical to the main world. Several
I know they're
locations,
making
such
half-made
as
a
the
board
Dark
game.
Cave
What?
and the
I have
laboratory,
no idea
are
about
just
that.
missing. Nothing is there. Among these locations is the lava lake, at the bottom of which the nuke orb lies. Since the lake isn't copied, neither is the orb. But if parallel worlds cap out at 10 orbs, then we'd end up missing 2. Heaven and Hell don't have any orbs. Actually, technically this one is in Hell, but it isn't copied further down.
I just realized that when I'm talking about hell, we've got Moko on screen with her fire. That's funny.
Despite Noita's vastness, with its infinitely repeating worlds, there just aren't enough orbs on this plane of existence. I guess we're left with no choice. We need to get isekai'd.
Along perpendicular preparations. This mirrors parallel preparations. And yes, that was entirely why the first chapter is named Parallel Preparations, because I wanted this sort of mirror thing. That's what I did with the titles too. That's why I have Destroying the World in Noita and Restoring the World in Noita, because I made those names pre Wi-Fi's videos.
The horizontal axis, parallel worlds repeat.
This was
infinitely.
such a brutal
Along the
scene to
vertical
render.
axis, it is the work that extends
There's
the high
so
heavens
many
and the
copies
burning
of
hells.
1440p
There
videos
exists
playing
a third dimension, differing from the
on
two physical
a
ones,
goddamn
but perpendicular
3D
nonetheless.
axis, which means they
Time.
all need to be skewed. This is one of the few scenes that like I could not that I had to pre-render because every single change to it because it just would not play in real time.
The temporal axis repeats too.
Favorite isekai? Haven't watched many. If I don't know. I don't watch a lot of isekai. Oh wait, what's the call? Eminence and Shadow, I think it's called. With that one goofy ass motherfucker. Where he's just so bad at everything, but it just works. Why did I make them 1440p? Because that's the resolution of my monitor. And so just, yeah. My poor PC. That's why I have...
Who said? I will go
You've gotta
investigate
be kidding
that.
me. Stop burning the house down! Jesus. There is a fire alarm going off, or a smoke alarm. It's someone's just cooking downstairs. And of course, yeah, hold on a second. I'm It's not the PC. The PC's fine. Everything else is hold on. Yeah, my house is just burning down. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, folks. Can we get a Fumo Pat for that? We can get so many Fumo Pats. I don't think I can get everyone in frame, but if I move everyone just far back enough, can I do it? Is it possible? Can we get 4 Fumos? Yuko, just squish in there. Koishi, sit up. Come on. This is... Here we go. Yeah. The PC is in constant pain and... The world cannot handle new streaming. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did not expect this sort of thing on live streams. Holy shit. I gotta... This is so much different, because... This is actually kind of reminding me of how Restoring the World in Noita was made, because this is just so much more chaos. Yeah, live cam is live. Live cam is live! Guys! Oh my god! Yes, live Fumo reaction means live Fumo reaction! Good to know I've had the yelling at chat experience. It's all good, yeah. Oh my god. I gotta, this is just now on every stream from now on. This is so good. Oh my god, I cannot wait for the Reimu and Marissa Fumos to arrive at my door. Oh my god. Okay, so plan. We're gonna finish Destroying the World in Noita. I am going to take a very brief intermission, and then we're gonna do... Oh my god, this is taking so long. This is the one I have less things to say about. Fuck. Okay.
Taking the form of New Game Plus.
We're just... Yep.
Entering New Game
This
Plus
is
is well
a little
within our
bit,
capabilities, but it would be wise to prepare
Jake,
anyways. And
I'm
our
gonna
character will
start
be
skipping
reset
through
to-
this, because this chapter I didn't do a lot of narration for, because when I wrote the script, I didn't really understand what happened myself. I just sort of let myself get blinded by the rage, so to speak. So that's why the narration kind of cuts out towards the end, and I thought that visuals could explain it, but I don't think that was necessarily the right choice now. But, you know. Yeah, staying up till 1 a.m. was so worth it. I need a... I should probably just, like, announce the times of these streams so that it's, like... Because there's people from... I don't know who is where or, like, what demographics my YouTube is, but... Yeah. Anyways, have a good night, Lucio. Holy shit.
Many things will change, such
This
as 11
is-
orbs each, adding up to the full 33.
It'd be the same animation.
The other notable change that New Game Plus
I'm sure I just took this, duplicated this from the beginning of the video and just took out the 2 holy mountains that don't exist in New Game Plus.
presents is reducing the number of holy mountains. Perks aren't reset
Imagine if I did that. That would have been a different video.
in New Game Plus, so we might as well stock up.
Netherlands. How is the house? How do you find the music for my videos? Do I just look up Toho remixes? I don't look them up. YouTube just like sends them to me, and I see a video that says last remote and this little goober in the thumbnail, and I'm like, hell yeah, I want to listen to that. And then I listen to it and I go, oh yeah, this is good. I like this. God, I actually have a...
Return.
All right. Yeah. So finding the music is just a weird thing. How do you stay? Yeah. I don't know. It's just whatever. It's just the music I listen to already, which is why it's all Toho arranges. Because like 85%, well, probably a good 50% of the music I listen to is Toho. And then, you know, add in Toby Fox and Starbound, and that's basically it. Captain, how do you stay motivated when making such long projects? Most of the time, I almost prefer to scrap mine or rush near the end of them. Yeah, there is that sort of rush near the end that I get as well. It's just, I don't know. I can't stop making videos is the sort of thing to me. Like, I always have to be working on at least one project. Usually these days I'm working on multiple, which means that every single project itself takes way longer to come out. But, I mean, I'm always working on something. And yeah, it's hard to stay motivated on long projects. Like this, Destroying the World in Noita is 6 months, and that's a lot of time already spent on making this video. But it's just what I do with my time. I don't actually play as many games as people think I do. I mostly play multiplayer games because then I'm socializing with others, and they basically have to drag me out of the editing suite. To do that. Mythos did that once, literally back when I was making that Starbound video. But it's really hard to stay on these projects. What kept me going for Restoring the World in Noita was the title sequence, because I had a vision of it and I needed to see it happen. Oh, hello, Zealous. Never thought I'd see the day where you actually stream. Yeah, kind of crazy,
Hi, Zealous.
isn't it? Yeah, well, I've been on a couple of live streams before, back in the pandemic era, but I figured this is probably just the easiest way to deliver behind-the-scenes commentary, and I have a lot of commentary about these videos. Like, we're, 2 hours in, and this is video 1 of 2 that I wanted to cover today? Like, fuck me. Okay, anyways, we are almost at the end of this one, so...
now before they
Is
become
there anything
scarce.
else I need to...
Searching through parallel worlds in the
yap
current plane
about?
of existence is less and less rewarding, though. As more choices are perks we
'Cause
don't want.
I got
What
so
we really
lazy
want
towards
is a
the
way
end of
to
this
copy
video.
all the perks we currently have, which is exactly what perk duplication does. The nullifying altar is designed to remove perks from the player
This is
and
a
place those
static
perks in the
image
air.
skew.
But if the player doesn't exist when it comes time to remove them, what happens? The answer is that we have our perks and can eat them too. This is perk duplication. The gods don't like it, but we're beyond them now.
I got so many comments about that line. That was that was really fun. I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
To activate the altar, we need 3 things:
your upload
blood,
schedule is-
whiskey, and silver.
Yeah. Oh, this is the other thing that I did that mirrors the beginning. At the beginning, there is, as someone in chat pointed out, this sort of 3 materials needed to do the thing, and that's the other thing at the end. My Fumo cam is in the way of this. Sucks to suck, damn.
Having the bandage, I've kept a little bit of blood on my person for quite some time now. I've also long since traded my ambrosia for whiskey, which means that the only thing we're missing is silver.
How did I think this video would originally do 50,000 views? That's what's my goal. Genuinely, because I thought to myself, well, I wanted it to do better than the Factorio video. But I was like, it's not going to do... I thought that my channel had basically peaked. I still think that every single video I make, that the last video was the peak of the channel, and I'm never going to get anything good that again. So when in 3 days this video got 100,000 views, and I was like, what the actual fuck? I was in quite the state for a couple of days. Yeah, how did I know how risky perk duping can be going into it? Yes, but I had done it before 3 different times. I've done perk duplication before. This was the first time I fucked it up. And so I was like, surely it can't be that hard. And so my arrogance got the better of me. I was also talking to a lot of people at the same time, and I was just, yeah, a lot was going on.
Being a powder, it's a little bit rarer, but looking for it shouldn't take that long, right?
You motherfucker. Hey, look, it's that singular book from earlier. I actually did this really late into editing. I actually had to transpose this picture of the single book onto the other one, because the other one is legitimately a library with still frame. But this is all pulled from the Noita wiki. I didn't, for some reason, I didn't want to have just Noita wiki on browser for this part of the video, so I decided, screw it, I'll do it in Minecraft. So I'm actually still inside of the library. I gave myself like a bajillion hit points, like a bajillion saturation because Iron Stomach. There's gold, there's the potions, there's teleport wand, damage wand, mining wand, storage wand, and the book. It's, yeah. How long did it take? I'm assuming because of stream delay. Are we talking about... I think we're talking about the finding the silver. I don't remember. I was going to have a whole montage. It was really boring. And so I was like, it was taking too long. You're taking too long. Yeah. That's, yeah. This is going to be the death of me. And then for this bit, I was trying to... I'll just let it run. I was trying to have it be like an eerie coldness to it. Oh, fuck! Which is why this is just so quiet. And this is just my live reactions to it. I genuinely thought this was me. No, it's just Noita Wiki.
Relax. Nothing wants to kill you.
And then there's also this bit, because I have to grab the polymorphine at the end of the video when I had it at the beginning of the video. It's,
Jesus.
yeah, you can see I'm trying to make the silver, and yeah, I don't know if there's just a little bit of polymorphine at the bottom of that puddle or what, but like, no, this should have worked. This should have worked.
Do I even have enough silver?
That's how
for
it worked
this?
every time I did it prior. It just didn't. And so that's why, please tell me, God damn it. Yeah. Well, okay, fuck this run. Fuck. What was that? Shit. Son of a bit. You know, I'm not dealing with this shit.
As I said earlier, there's no point in taking magnesia to the work. I've already seen that ending. But the other endings, like the toxic gold ending.
Fun fact, extra life was used here because I didn't pick up my HP. I didn't pick up a lot of things from that nullifying altar because I was just so upset with that video. Or sorry, with that run, and I was just so tired of it that I'm like, you know what? I just want to do something else. So I decided, fuck it, I'll go to the work, get the toxic gold ending, and call it a day. And I figured I'd make a video out of something else. Because, you know, I was trying to go for Noita always ends in death. And so, yeah, I guess I gotta die to get to the ending.
Can be achieved by bringing Magnesia to the mountain altar instead. While I didn't know where to begin with this game, I do know where it ends. Here. I'd like to thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please let me know. If you'd like to see more like this, maybe consider subscribing. I currently upload once in a blue moon, so I won't
Once in a blue moon. Ain't that the fucking truth? Funny how you looked like the boss? Yeah, I don't know, that is kind of fun, and it kind of brings this idea of like more powerful. Yeah, imagine an angered god man gets mad over his plan failing, and he just comes over and smites you. Yeah, POV, call Masilma, 100%. On your inbox. Also, funny thing, I said I do know where it ends here because I was intending it to be the end of the run, and you can see I am flying about with no fucking clue where the what do you call it is, where the mountain altar is. Which, I don't know, that's just a funny irony, I think. You can fill one at a time and empty them to save resources. Yeah, if you're doing it multiple times, generally. Saying fuck this run and never, and it just never ending is the quintessential Noita experience.
That's all I've got for you.
Yeah.
Today.
Well, this
So,
is 20 hours
yeah.
in of Noita gameplay.
Oh, this is New Game Plus. Fuck.
Yeah, because I have 7.
Okay. Apparently I'm not done yet.
Oh, it's now covered up by this restoring the world, but then there is the to be continued graphic, which is the first thing I added to this project file. Oh my god. Okay, I have ranted and rambled about destroying the world in Noita with with almost 1 million views. Holy shit. We're gonna have a brief intermission. Just give my voice just the tiniest of breaks, and then we will do restoring the world in Noita. So yeah, whoop, I'm gonna put this behind here, and then new text. Okay, text. This is the text. I did not plan to have one of these. I'll figure that out for next time, but yeah. There we go. I will see you guys in a minute.
Chat has been left unattended. What will they do? Demand larger Fumo cam.
Okay. We are back. Make full reaction larger, expand it to my I should have done that. I wasn't thinking. My bad. For a first live stream, this is quite the experience. Anyways, oh my goodness, I think the caffeine is starting to wear off, but I still got enough energy to get through this. So, restoring the world in Noita, very new video. 26,000 views. Yeah. Man, I wonder what the stream delay actually is. Yeah, I just needed just a minute. I got some water here, I realized, so it should be fine. And this is nowhere near the most stressful thing my voice has ever done. So, yeah. Yeah, this is pretty... I just needed a little moment to just calm my bones, because I'm a little bit active.
Fancy?
But yes. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, but hey, we're good. We have Restoring the World in Noita. Very, very, very new video. But I wanted to do this soon afterwards because I need to get this out of my system. I gave myself a couple of days to stabilize myself, and so now I'm going to yap about this video like I did the last one. If you enjoyed this last... let's see, Nobius. Yeah, if you enjoyed the last 2 hours, yeah, here's more. Oh, immediately! Weird route sound effect, because, yeah, I was in the shower and I was like, this is such a weird video. And then, and I was like, a weird video? Oh! And I played Deltarune after I recorded this, so yeah, I think there's a little bit of Deltarune just influence in this video. I think I really took the whole what do you call it? That sort of there is only one ending vibe, and I really wanted to run with it. But yeah, this is. I hope that when people see this video, they go over and they're like, oh shoot, I will watch the original video so that I know what's going on, because this video doesn't make any sense without the context of the original. And it probably doesn't make sense with it, but like, hey, that's what this is.
His ritual failed, his power scattered to the air, but this was only the beginning of the end. To reclaim his strength, he would have to pay its price again. Undoing hundreds of holy mountains, thousands of pixels, that would reduce him to a frail shadow of what he once was. It was
YouTube!
then that he tried to destroy the world, but Magnesia had other plans. And so, broken and defeated, the Eldritch Mage now sits, slowly withering away. For Noita always ends in death.
That little recap was one of the last things I did for the project, because I was quite busy, and so I needed basically a full afternoon to get Mythos to read that out. I'm very glad he did. Yeah, he did a good job with it. And then also there's a filter on all of these bits, which is just, I use that as visual shorthand for, hey, we're talking about the previous video, to not get confused with the current video. So, yeah. Yeah, that was one of the last things done in the project, though, which is funny. Because when I originally, when I think of this project, it always begins in, Noita always ends in death, but I am not dead.
For Noita always ends in death.
But I'm not dead.
The End Begins! Originally this was called something different, but I liked The End Begins better because I like that sort of dichotomy between ending and beginning. Beginning of the end of the beginning. I don't know, those are fun concepts in my brain. This is also Chapter 7, because the last video ended on Chapter 6, and that's the other thing. Like, if you combine these two videos, I really do think it is just an hour-long experience. Yeah, what else is in here? Yeah, there's a lot of things I just had to try and keep consistent from the last video into this one, which was a bit of a pain because I did a lot of technical upgrade stuff. So I changed my computer over to Windows 11 and then modded the shit out of it so that it would actually do what I want instead of being, Windows 11. Yeah. And also, you might hear in this video that I sound a little bit off. Maybe I sound more deranged, and that's entirely because to get. What are you, a philosophy major? It's happening! It's happening! Yeah. Saying you aren't dead is a nod to the fact that it has been a year and people thought you died. That is also true. That is also something I tried to... Because this is a mission statement, which is why I'm doing these live streams, because I can't come back, say I'm not dead, and disappear for 2 years with nothing. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try my best to do just a little bit more. You know, I don't know if... Because these videos are always difficult to make, and this one was a lot. So I figure if I do these live streams, maybe it's just a little bit more of, hey, I'm alive. Hey, I'm alive. Hey, live Fumo reaction. Like, you know. But, yeah. YouTube? Are you dead? YouTube? No, it's working. There we go.
Not yet, though it might be a little difficult
That's part
staying
of why
that way.
whoever left the comment
out
of,
that
oh, so my necromancy spell did work, sent me.
Oh, yeah.
Just
It's
straight
funny,
to
the
the
comments
giggles
on this
dimension.
video is mostly,
Oh, shit.
mostly
He
no
died.
way he's alive and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. What is it? Yeah, 300 comments. Jeez. Never thought you were going to post a second one. I always intended it. Like, it was the plan. It just took a really, really long time. I'm just very glad that this one's finally out. I'm very happy with it overall. There's a couple of things that I'm like, I could have done that better. But, like, this is the video I thought I was going to make when I made Destroying the World in Noita. And so now that it's done, I'm so glad.
Recklessly entering New Game Plus while missing half your perks at the Nullify
Also, you can see the filters on
altar
for this
has
past
consequences. A lot of consequences, actually. I'm not just easy to kill, I'm actively dying, in fact. The trade-off for having the Eat Your Vegetables perk is that you can starve. Not quite to the point of death, but almost. Solving that is the most pressing issue right now.
Sadly, high-quality, non-IRL content isn't the meta. That's why I tried it. YouTube, what are you doing?
Filling our stomach isn't so simple, though. Eat Your Vegetables both limits which food...
Yeah, you can see... I'm pretty sure I didn't pull up a wiki page. No, I pulled up a wiki page a couple of times in Destroying the World in Noita. In Restoring, it's a lot more common, because there's just so many things I need to explain. Seeing how you edit, I can only imagine the amount of effort you put in. Yeah, I didn't even talk about, like, the Easter eggs I hid in the last video. There's probably some that I've just forgotten now. But because this one's very recent, some of them should still be in my memory. Some of them might not be, because, you know, started this a year ago. But, like, we'll see.
Foods count for satiation, as well as reducing how long satiation lasts. Going from a full...
Do I know Factorio? Yes. I have, what is it, 2,000 hours in that game or something like that? Space Age, I spent a lot of time playing Space Age. And, yeah. Yeah, that... Funny enough, Factorio didn't eat into these videos' production times, but it was... how many gaming sessions did Restoring the World in Noita take? Restoring the World took, let's see... March 7th, March 22nd, July 22nd, July 23rd, and that stretched into the 24th. So, 4. Yeah, 4 main sessions, which this video took 15 hours of gameplay. The last, Destroying the World in Noita took 20, but also the stuff that happens in, Restoring the World in Noita is so much weirder. Yeah. So glad that everyone as a collective finally decided that fandom is a trash wiki. I have been on this train for years, I'll have you know! But I haven't made a big fuss of it. But yeah, like, yeah. I like how Noita itself is a challenge run. Yeah, that's kind of why I, like, was okay with doing Noita without doing any challenges attached to it. Because it was like, Noita itself is just already challenging itself. And now that I've done non-challenge run Noita, I feel like, yeah, I can do other games without necessarily having challenge, because the only thing is that you really, I don't like it when it's just like you're playing the game and you're doing it completely normally, that because it's like, what's the point of you doing it? What are you, as I guess the creator, adding to the YouTube video? right? And so I always like there to be just a little bit something. Either if you're like a deranged maniac playing video games like Let's Game It Out, you know, that works. Or if you're doing a challenge video, that also, you know, that works so long as your challenge isn't stupid. But yeah. Toa can fight the Phantom Wiki fight the good fight. Yeah. Okay.
Stomach
Anyways.
to starving takes less than 5 minutes, so not only does this perk ask us to find a safe food source, it asks us to find a sustainable one. Which, given present circumstance, is not an easy find. You know what is an easy find, though? Fucking silver!
I shit you not, this is the very first pouch that I found in New Game Plus, which on May 7th, you know, just a few days after the release of Destroying the World in Noita, like, I was so, I was so fucking pissed at it, dude. Oh my god.
Nothing like a little bit of salt in the wound. Of course, the real treasure here is the potion of ambrosia. It isn't the food source we're looking for, but it'll be useful for finding the real solution to eat your vegetables. You see, if we can get the iron stomach perk, we can surpass
This is just reference to all the comments that said, oh, you should have taken melee immunity. No, this is why.
100% satiation with no ill effect. Typically, I gorge myself on thousands and thousands of pixels of slime, since it's easily duplicated by Sea of Mimicium. With less
There is... So when I was captioning this video, I found out that I had accidentally just left out a line in the script. Because originally I said that you can fill your satiation with something far more common and way less edible. But that never made it into the script. That didn't make it into the recording. I guess I just forgot to say it on the night that I recorded all these narration takes, and it worked fine without it. So, whoops.
Holy Mountains in New Game Plus, though, there are less perks to choose from, so traveling to a parallel world might be necessary to find it. In that case, we'll be using the Ambrosia to withstand the damage of the Cursed Rock Barrier, just like last time. But it would be prudent to check the main world's Holy Mountains first, not only to see if the perk is still there, but also for the maximum health increase. Starvation aside, we're still incredibly squishy for New Game Plus, so getting more
Track that onto where that would be. Perfect.
Noita always ends in death. But this is not yet the end.
So one of the things that was interesting, I guess, in the writing of this video is that I use the line Noita always ends in death, I think like 6 times in this video. Because originally it was supposed to be a callback to the beginning of the last video where I say, I don't know where to begin with this game, but I do know that it always ends in death. But, like for this one, I realized it was just such a good theme of like what I was trying to do, because invariably, no matter what happens, I die at the end of this video. And so, but the Deltarune influence kicks in, and it's like, well, there's something more important than getting to the end. You know? I tried to use it in all the different contexts, including when I should have allegedly died, had I not had extra life.
I didn't find...
Also, this arrangement of the Imperishable Knight Stage 5 Project Zomboid reference? Oh, story of how you died. Yeah. I played a little bit of Project Zomboid. I want to play more, but yeah. Well, man, spoilers. Spoilers? Really? In the live stream where I talk about everything to do with these videos, yeah. Yeah. How did it feel to finally end it? You can hear the sigh of relief at the end of the video that I just have, knowing that it is done. I say that, like, the sigh of relief of the run, the actual time, because, yeah. It felt, I had accomplished something, I had felt that night, which is a kind of rare feeling. I do something and then the next day I wake up and I'm like, oh, big deal. But it took like 2 days for me to feel a big deal when it came to this video, and I really wanted to exemplify that with how I did the ending sequence. So, yeah. But this arrangement, this came out like a month or two into working on Destroying the World in Noita. This this arrangement right here, and or sorry, no, it'd be this one. And I sat there, I listened to it, and I saw the title sequence in my brain. Like, before Destroying the World in Noita was even completed, I knew that what it had to look like in this video. And that's one of the driving things that kept me going through this project, because it's like, I had this vision, this idea, and I needed to see it through to the end. So, yeah.
The Iron Stomach perk in any of the Holy Mountains in this world, so our best bet is to find it in a parallel one. But after getting hit by that falling piece of brickwork, well, if I didn't have the extra life perk, I'd be dead right now. Those are the stakes that we're dealing with. A single fuck-up can cost us a life. I have 8 spares, but that's a little comfort when they're used up so easily.
What the fuck?
Without saving grace, without repelling cape to support stainless armor, without a massive health pool to absorb damage, those extra lives are all that stand between us and death. And that flask of ambrosia, of course. At the eastern border, I use Sea of Mimicium to create a flood of ambrosia to swim in. It's nerve-wracking to cross the boundary like this, but what's worse is that I know I'll need to do it again if Iron Stomach isn't here either. Getting that perk is absolutely vital for restoring my power, which we'll need to face the Colma Selma if we have any hope of...
And here it is! The title sequence. This is not filmed in-game. I rebuilt this myself. I took some screenshots of what the background in Noita looks like, zoomed everything out, and like put all the assets in there. This is animated. You can kind of see it on the legs. Everything else, though, looks really clean. Based on a true story again, because I thought it was funny. A little bit of a teaser for what's to come. Opening narration by Mythos, because, yeah, he did the opening narration, and fuck it, put him in the credit sequence at the beginning, because this title sequence needed that for the timings. Schizophrenia by Koichi Komeiji. Guys, can we give it up for Koichi Komeiji? Oh my goodness. Yeah. And then, of course, you have the roles I assigned to me. We have the Colma Silma. We have that dichotomy with the Colma Silma's legs and my legs, and, you know, that sort of thing.
With every parallel world, I regain a few of my old perks. Saving Grace and Gas Blood, Extra Perk, and No More Shuffle.
Didn't know it was
and
you in the
while
back.
there are some Holy Mountains that don't
Yeah.
have any useful perks in them, they all contain a full health regeneration pickup, bringing me closer to being whole again. 10 HP at a time. But finally, after 4 parallel worlds, there it is. Iron Stomach.
It took an
No
hour
longer do
of
I have to eat
searching.
fucking worm blood and fuck up the colors of the video just to stay alive. Instead, I can eat my yummy, yummy
Well,
slime, tasty, yum. I love eating slime. Yeah.
I'll pause it on there, because I did, like, multiple takes of all the narration. The first take of the narration kind of sucked ass. It didn't sound very good. And the only thing that remains from it is
Instead, I can eat my yummy, yum.
yummy, yummy slime.
Yummy slime, tasty, yum. I love eating slime. Yeah.
Now, here's a fun fact about the yummy yummy slime thing. He sent me a clip of that while I was at work. No context.
Oh, I did?
Yes.
Holy shit.
I showed it to my coworkers.
I've got to... I try to find it. I think it's actually used. I was trying to find the sticker I have of, like, the Koichi saying I love not thinking thing, but it's attached to something already. I thought I had a second one, but anyways.
Now that we're not actively dying anymore, it's time for another perk.
Oh, this is
exploit.
the last
Don't
remote
worry,
trying
it's
to...
a lot safer than perk duplication was.
I was going to use the ambiance at the beginning of Skedaddle's arrangement of Last Remote more in this video, but I figured, I'll just tease it a little bit during this section.
And to perform it, all we need to do is visit a few holy mountains.
Deja vu. Yep. So, eyes!
Oh!
The eyes!
Wow!
How curious. I wonder what these could possibly mean. There's a bit in Can You Beat Starband Without Moving where I see a character named Koichi, called him Koichi, and then immediately die, and it's like, yeah, that seems prophetic. This is that. Like, I was just sitting here like, I wonder what the eyes are. And then just kabam. Yeah. Is Noita gonna end up on your YouTube banner somewhere? Yes, I'm gonna redo that banner because I'm gonna, right now it looks very stereotypical. I want to put the RGB gaming background in there, and I want it to like look like it's the building blocks of the Yokai Girl Subconscious Wing sections. But we'll see. That's a project for future me, because current me has to finish yapping about this video.
It's a little weird, but we're just visiting the Holy Mountains for now. Once we reach the 10th Western world, we can begin. For the first few worlds at least, it should be easy to keep track of where we are. Just waiting activates the Spatial Awareness perk, which tells us which world we're in. Only up to the 3rd one though, so we'll have to keep track starting with the 4th one, which we're just entering now. The good news is that we've regained enough power to cross the world boundaries without using Ambrosia.
You can see
All
a
in
bit of
all, it
snow
should
there.
be a relatively uneventful...
Okay, it does show up on the YouTube. In order to get this sort of weird vibe, I have a little bit of unsharp on this just to like make it look just off, you know, not quite overexposed. It's not the color. The edges are just sharper than they should be. And this is also the first time in my Noita videos which I use a song directly from the Noita OST instead of just using Toho music. And because what I've done in this video is that I kind of use the Noita OST to sort of make it sound like Noita's trying to claw its way back from my video. Like, it's fighting back. So every time that Noita is doing something that I just cannot explain, you will hear a Noita OST song. Meanwhile, if you hear a Toho song, that means I'm in control of the show. You know, it's all of that. Most of the songs I use in this one are either songs I used in the last one or songs by this guy. This guy, I'm just gonna go up here to... Thank you, Firefox. Very cool. I want to give us so much... Come on. I wonder if I could watch all your other videos before you finish the stream. Probably. This guy right here is... You know, I've had comments and people say that my channel's underrated. No, this guy's underrated. This guy makes some of the best Toho arranges I've heard with just such an intense vibe, and it's like, I okay, yeah, no, and they've gotten like the videos like, yeah, free to use it so long as I give credit, and I do give credit, so it's like, dude, this is where I get like half the Toho music I listen to from these days. Yeah. But yeah, so this is just... Yeah. Wait, what the... You can hear some of my live reaction.
Why is this here? It's really here. It's solid. I can walk on it.
Oh, it's such a raised
There shouldn't be any snow here. Not just in the desert, but in general. Snow doesn't generate on the surface in New Game Plus.
Okay, and half the pyramid is missing.
This
This entire sequence of me trying to figure out what's going on, this is roughly the real time of how long it took me to figure out each of the details, but I wasn't explaining myself. I was just mumbling to myself about what I was looking at, because there were other people in the Discord call that night.
is getting weird. I'm pretty sure Noita isn't meant to do any of this. Yeah, it's definitely not meant to... Is that cursed rock? What the hell is generating here?
Oh, and there's also, I can't remember what I did. It's probably like a low-pass filter on the game audio to make it sound muffled and muted. To just give that sort of otherworldly feel. Both your Noita videos show up right after his channel when searching him up on YouTube. No. Really? Oh god, I gotta test this. Oh god, no, my search history. Hold on, I'll do it on this page. How do I? Oh, it shows. Why does it show the Factoria video? I don't think I used any of this. Weird. Whatever. But no, their music's really good. I really like it. Do something in Noita breaks and do nothing in Noita breaks.
Wait. That tunnel. I know that mark. That's the mark of a singular black hole spell traveling at speed. There isn't any interpolation for its movement, so if it's going fast enough, you can see exactly where the black hole was for each instant of its journey. Of course, that can only mean...
What the stream delay is like now?
What is... Holy shit. Holy shit! I've been here? These markings?
I no longer have the original recordings because I generally delete my recordings after a video is completed. That came to bite me in the ass here because I needed to show something I didn't show in Destroying the World in Noita. But it is roughly around when I yap about the unlimited black holes, like Noita always ends in breaks. Yeah, if
Noita always ends in blue screen.
yeah, that's we haven't even gotten to the blue screen is coming up though. In Starting the World in Noita, but like around you can see it on the timeline at the bottom, like around the time that I'm talking about using black holes to break through the barrier. If you just speed that up, that's roughly what this would have looked like. Wish I still had the footage. I don't.
this ambrosia? They're mine. I think these chunks are remnants of New Game. That is, the world before we entered New Game Plus. I guess this is supposed to be the boundary between West 3 and West 4. Worlds in New Game Plus are a little thinner than in New Game, so naturally New Game chunks would be desync relative to New Game Plus, especially this far out. That would also explain the snow, since in New Game, there's snow to the right of the western world border. And the pyramid, those chunks must have just been air in New Game. So the pyramid top just...
I collected 11 orbs in New Game while on God Run. Didn't realize you did. You'd have to... Wouldn't be able to go to New Game Plus to get 33 orbs. You can do it in... You can get 33 in New Game Plus just alone, because it resets your orbs. Oh, wait. 11 orbs. No, right, because that's peaceful. And, oh, yikes. Yeah. Usually I end up dumping unedited gameplay unlisted on a second channel just in case I ever need it again, albeit at a lower quality. Yeah, but this would have been a lot of hours of that, and also some of the conversations that people have in the background on Discord while I'm recording should never see the light of day again. You know? And I'd have to edit those out or edit around them, and it's just like, nah, I keep what footage I can, I kept some footage for this video, but clearly not enough. But I mean, I've got more. I've got a 2 terabyte drive just for video shenanigans now, so I shouldn't run into the space concerns I was dealing with when making the last few videos.
never generated in this world. Did any of that make sense?
Did any of that make sense? Also returning as a like motif, I guess, in this video, just paralleling the last one. Do a 36 orb run. Ah!
Finding the entrance to the mines is a little bit more difficult, since the
It's funny
entrance
when you
never
guys say
actually
things and I can
generated
hear
here.
him screaming
Instead,
from
we
where
get
I
more
am.
desert, with a pyramid to boot. But once we find it, the underground seems to be perfectly intact. After visiting all 4 holy mountains, it's time to go and break into the next world.
This is genuinely where I got a blue screen of death. You should separate audio channels. I do! But it's still like a lot of work to go and do like kill all the background stuff, especially if I do talk to them, and it's just like, I don't know. I keep underestimating just like you've seen it in this stream, but like I don't expect people to like give a shit about like what I'm doing outside of videos, because the videos are like highly dense, highly compacted, just experiences I want people to have and stuff. Everything else is just like, I feel like it's just fucking around and taking too long, and the fact that there's anyone that cares to listen to me after 2.5 hours of rambling, like that's news to me. It really is. Yeah. Audio channel 1 on stuff. Yeah, I've got my audio channels set up. Should we expect another Noita video ever? I was thinking not. I would say maybe in like 2029. hopefully. Because I do want to make a third one. There are ideas that I have for the third one. I messaged Constellation about it, and I said, I need to stop thinking about this eventually. Not soon. Don't expect it. But if it comes, it's a pleasant surprise, right?
Yeah, I got an unhinged ramble. I just woke up and I'm just like,
anyways,
okay, man.
This
sure.
is bluescreen@deathmaker.net. Yeah, Rod drop chance. Add more rambling next time. I wouldn't watch that if I was me. I don't understand why you guys are watching this. Like, I'm grateful, but like, it really is news to me that there is anyone in the in the world, planet, universe that actually gives a shit about this.
You're shocked by how many people like the ramblings of a lunatic.
Yeah. The streams are for the ramblings of a lunatic. That's what I plan to do going forwards. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just, oh my god, I need to give these guys head pats to stay sane. Ooh, you want to keep thinking about it? The content is made by such cute nerves. Yeah. Oh, also, the percentage does go up because I made like 6 copies of this image with the percentage going up. Rod drop chance, and this QR code links to text. There's.
I confirm.
I forget exactly what all the QR codes say. I think it's just a joke about hiding something in a very obscure place.
It's something about a broom joke.
Years. Logging back into the game.
This little bit. Autosave found. Looks like the game crashed. Nah, destroy it or restore. That's the entire video right here. Also, Noita OST. I read C++ standard proposals for fun. Never underestimate how much I just enjoy hearing shit. Wow. That is fascinating.
I have no fucking clue where we are. Just to be sure, let's take the portal back to the main world and start counting again. As it turns out, it's pretty easy to tell when we've reached West 4, since, it seems to be getting worse too. This barrier that somehow managed to cause a fucking blue screen of death? Yeah, we can just fly over it. I don't know what's up with that. There's no way a novice like me can solve its mystery.
That is a Toho reference. Marissa says that in Perfect Cherry Blossom when she's encountered with a barrier that, in order to get around, she just has to fly over it.
Anyways, West 5 looks pretty normal on the surface, though I didn't investigate it too much. West 6, on the other hand, has some of these residual chunks putting cursed rock right over top of the Holy Mountains. This is annoying.
This is the same bit as I used in the intro of the video.
But also weirdly useful. If these chunks are getting more corrupt the farther out we go, knowing where we are would actually become difficult. This is a unique...
Wait, when did live Fumo Cam change? Satori's still here, she's just out of the picture. Live Fumo Cam is live. I don't know when it changes. It changes when it does. Can we...
It changes when you shuffle the Fumos out.
Yeah, well, I think... Can we... There we go. Hats in the middle and these two on the side. The council will decide your fate. Yeah. Yeah. And then... Okay. Now, none of you guys fall over, okay? Okay, good.
Enough landmark to know that we're in West.
God! Satori! Come here. Let me give you a... Oh, come on. She knew. She knew. Oh my goodness. This is the trouble with mind readers, folks. Yeah. Yeah. Make the live cam bigger. 529% bigger. I'm pretty sure if I did that, it would just be like that. Yeah. The Fuos are rebel. Okay, no, come back. Okay, where's the... There. There we go. There we go. They're contained. They're back. We're all good. My goodness.
And what's more, a mathematical model of the world's desyncs proves it.
I manually built out a model of how wide the worlds are and tried to sync it out, like in, I think it was Sprite. This is just pixel arted out. And yeah, that would make it
It's so Fumover.
Yeah. I'm putting less stream delay on. This is tripping me up so bad. Next time I'm gonna like minimize stream delay because fuck. Let's hope Fumos don't unionize for more screen space. Girls, please. Do not do that. I can't afford for this stream to get more derailed. We're gonna have to call the SCP Foundation at this rate. Isn't the Cyrano Fumo like a thing in the SCP like universe? Just like as like perfect matter or something like that? I'm not familiar with SCP stuff, but oh my god. I feel like the dungeon master of a D&D party right now. Cause it's just like I just keep getting derailed by like the stupidest shit. But I don't know. I want to do that at some point, but I don't have the time. Whatever. Anyways,
I wouldn't put too much faith in the math, though. Using the same logic, this false holy mountain, which is heresy of the highest order, should prove us to be in West 35, though my count says we're only in West 8.
oh, speaking of the Fumos.
Does this make any sense? Of course not. But honestly, at this point, it not making a damn lick of sense makes the most sense to me. Does that make sense? Is this what it's like to go crazy?
Okay, so I'm going to turn on subtitles here. Because if you hear and you look, you may notice there's a slight difference.
Makes the most sense to me. Does that make sense? Is this what it's like to go crazy? Aw. Thanks. God damn it.
And I'm just going to... So, I'm just going to wait for stream to catch it. Just got to drill a cheese teacup. I don't remember whatever the hell you're referencing. But, yeah. If you're not watching with subtitles, like, it just sounds like I'm just talking to no one, or I'm talking to Koichi here. But if you have subtitles on, you get the schizophrenia experience as well, because her reply is in the subtitles. I thought of this joke over a year ago, and it finally exists. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, your sister. No! Sorry. Satori's hair was just sort of caught on Koichi's hat. Satori, you do not have this much trouble staying up, Satori. I know you. But yes, this is the one joke that's not in the exported file because the captions and the video file itself are separate files on my computer. I know there's a way to like fuse them together or whatever in VLC, but I don't know how. So yeah, I thought that was just you going crazy. That's the intent. Most people are going to look at that and go, I thought that's just going crazy, but no, Koishi's here, which means that you can hear her. Maybe you're also going crazy, you know? That's the one thing in the captions. Yeah. And then, obviously, Koichi.
Thanks.
And also, I shared this as a gift. Or sorry, not gift. GIF on my community post, if it would load somewhere. YouTube. Where's that GIF? This GIF. I shared this 5 months ago. Wow. Fumo stocks 43% after Satori rebels. This is why Chiraden has such the reputation it does. Fun fact, Fumo chairs do exist. I know. They are, I think have a couple of them ordered. I don't know. Shipping times and stuff. But, yeah. Whoop. Yeah. Blue screen of death number 2. Apparently this QR code is not scannable, but, it just links back to a very similar joke. Make that live Fumo reaction a community post. I should have advertised the stream with that. Next time I do a stream advertisement post, I'm going to put live Fumo reaction on there. I'll just like... I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out the setup, because this setup right here. This is an old monitor that I was given with a shirt over top of it for a black background, and then I've just got Fumos and like a webcam just propped up against it, and yeah, and a ring light, and it just works. Live Fumo reaction would be an excellent community post. Going forward, I might community post some Fumo Friday shenanigans. I don't know. But we'll see going forwards. But yes, thank you again to Koishi Stream Thumb. You know what? That would be a good stream thumbnail, because I did not have a stream thumbnail really prepared for this. Constellation, as we were setting this up, Constellation watched in real time as I just slapped the two thumbnails I had together and threw some text over top of it to make the stream thumbnail. But like live Fumo reaction, considering this is what the stream is about, like who cares about like any of this stuff? It's these guys, right? I do need to get through this. Okay. Oh, and other things. You can see the website and the stop code have changed. Put it in the new YouTube banner. Bet. This is the Toho Vote link for the annual Toho Vote, where you vote for who's the most popular character this year, and yeah, I forget who won last year. I know that in 2023 Marissa won, or was it 24? I think it was 23. I don't remember. I don't know. One of the years Marissa won, and I was very happy. And also, stop code magic liquid random polymorph. That's chaotic polymorphine in the code.
God damn it. This world looked like it's in its death throes. I don't know how much longer it can exist like this. Noita always ends in
say it
death,
again.
But at this point, I'm starting to fear another ending. I'm starting to fear that always...
Also, this is a heavily distorted image of the final shot of the video of what dying actually looks like. As I put it there as a little sort of teaser.
ends in death, but at this point, I'm starting to fear another ending. I'm starting to fear that the world would just cease to exist.
Oh, there's a few things. Marissa 1 2023. Okay, thank goodness. I got it right. There's also a few things that flash on screen for a few frames. I hope it's not too bad for, like, epilepsy. But what do I have here? I have this weird-ass graph. So I've distorted it a lot here, but you can see I have a picture of my CPU allegedly consuming this many watts. I don't remember how many that is, but I think it's like the amount that like a city consumes or something like that. Like, I don't know why. I think it was the Intel tuning, like the Intel overclock utility or whatever has. I don't know why it thought it was consuming that much power, but yeah. Have I ever watched Martin Cito Pants' video about Factorio? It's super high quality. Yes, I have. Martin Cito Pants' videos about Factorio is kind of... That's one of the styles that I tried to start emulating back then. Now I think I have a style that works for me, but that's one of the things that I was doing, because I watched what he'd do, and he's like, so I did this, and so I did this, and I was like, yeah, I can do that. I can make that. But yeah, so this is on screen for 3 frames. Next we have picture of guiding powder tiled. It's a quadrillion. Holy shit. And then this is Deltarune Chapter 3. Room 1225. Which, as is tradition, this isn't a screenshot from the game. This is me rebuilding what it would have looked like in-game in 16:9 because I fucking can.
Cease to exist, swallowing us up with it. Alright, let's finish this quickly. We're gonna begin the exploit in West 9, because if my calculations are correct, we should still be far enough out.
It's the funny 9-ball. I have a whiteboard behind me that's just full of stuff, and that lives on there too now. One of these days I do want to do a whiteboard section where I explain something with a whiteboard instead of how I normally do it with the YGSS. but I haven't gotten around to that yet. Future plans, you know?
Admittedly, I've never done this before, so while I would have liked a little bit more breathing room, it's probably best not to push it. The exploit we're attempting today is known as breaking the reroll machines. The theory behind it is complex, but
This...
what we're attempting today is known as breaking the reroll machines. The theory behind...
Again, just like in the Terraria video I made so long ago now, we have a random white paper, and yes, this is full of rambling. So it's, yeah.
is complex.
Yeah, there's just... This is just like me just spitballing stuff at night trying to fill a page, and then I accidentally was like, shit, I gotta fill 2 now. And so I couldn't, so I just cut it off with this wipe. And so if you go frame by frame, you can see, if you put it together, the only funny thing I can think of right now is the notion of patchouli knowledge trying to rock a Boston accent. Why? Don't ask me, it wasn't my idea. Yeah. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah.
But in practice, all we need to do is load in a bunch of perk reroll machines and then reroll them all for a total of 39 times. At that point, the machines will break, allowing us to reroll hundreds of times thereafter.
Release the reroll documents. You see all the text in the video. There's no extra document beyond what you see in the video. It doesn't exist.
This is why
Markiplier? Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is... Yeah, Markiplier. Why is the Markiplier mentioned? Whatever. Okay.
I wanted to go all the way to West 10, because with 4 holy mountains per world, that would be a total of 40 reroll machines, which is definitely enough. However, having used the reroll machine a few times previously, we should be safe to begin now. So, here goes reroll number 1.
Like in the last video, this is close to the midpoint of the video where we have last remote at the beginning, we have last remote at the end, and we've got last remote in the middle. Funny enough, there wasn't originally last remote at the end, but I added that like at the very end because of production, like within 3 days of release, because I was like, it just vibed. I was originally planning this to be a bit more
3, 4
of a montage, but again,
5. I'm not gonna even try and figure out what's going on there.
There's that. I muted my microphone in that recording, and you can guess why.
10, 14. This is not a real holy mountain.
I mean, it's not a real holy mountain.
It's a long story.
Yeah, I was originally planning to montage this just a little bit more, but it ended up just being boring for me, so I just didn't. Hey, I did it! Okay.
That single-digit number? That's how much rerolls cost now. Of course, you would think that with infinite gold, the price of the reroll machine doesn't matter. However, infinity isn't really as much of an amount of money as it is a state of money. Imagine having a credit card.
By this point in time, I have played Balatro, and so now I'm using this credit card image very intentionally. I could have gone with the Cyrano credit card, but I just didn't, I don't know, it just didn't look like it.
That gets magically...
When and why did you pick up Noita? I picked up Noita several years ago, probably pandemic era, because me and Mythos wanted to play it together. Because Mythos saw it, looked at it, said, hey, this looks fun. We wanted to play together. But at the time, no good multiplayer mod existed. So it just sat in my library for a couple of years. Then later, I got a comment saying that... Okay, I got a comment saying that, hi, you should try Noita. And I was like, fuck it, I guess I will. And then I learned... I started looking a couple of things up, got into it, and then a multiplayer mod came out, and then I was like, yo! So, yeah, and then I was like, I hit up Mythos, and I was like, yo, there is a multiplayer mod that's functional now, you want to try it? And so that's why we are now.
Paid off every time you use it. You could buy an infinite number of... Imagine having a credit card that gets magically paid off every time you use it. You could buy...
This bar sprite. This is taken from my Terraria video where I took the bar sprite from Terraria itself. Or I made something very similar, and it's just recolored to be golden here. These ones are recolored to be black. Or gray, sorry. Hat. This hat is mine. This is a photograph. I own this hat. I made this hat with some help. We have RAM prices because you gotta love it.
Number of things
The price of these things these days.
on
Copy of Noita itself.
card.
In air fryer. This was just a random one I grabbed off
So
of the
long as
internet. The op fade, which is yes, of course I referenced the op fade all the way back from should have used your real credit card. You're so funny. Yeah. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. So op fade here is reference to the fact that I got an op fade back in 2021 now, which that's 5 years ago. Huh.
Each individual item
We got a burger
costs less than the card's
and we got a car.
limit. That's
is too
sort of how
expensive.
infinite money works in Noita, with the credit limit being 2 billion.
Hey, look, the integer limit again. I don't know. This is just referencing the best video you ever made.
Anyway,
Stream delay means that I actually can't tell what that comment references. Op fade montage. I guess I'll just talk a bit about it. That had been sitting on the burner for a long time. Zealous helped me with the editing of that, and I was just waiting for a good time to release it. And then that never came, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just dump it onto the internet when I did. But yeah, that's why it has the socket does, because there's a lot of Zealous in op fade.
guys, getting perks from Holy Mountain should bear a lot more fruit now. If you're wondering why I didn't use this in the last video, it's because if you have too many copies
Price
of
for
certain
car
perks,
is centralized, but none of the others were. Yeah. I know, and that's because I wanted it to look like it was like hitting up against a wall, because it was very clearly just going way bigger than the credit card thing would work. Hello, Master Ben. Is that a Star Wars reference?
they stop appearing in.
Oh, they've got the same. It's hard for me to see because of the contrast on my monitor, but yeah, you guys have the same like profile. Well, you better duel it out now. Battle it out, see who
There
gets
can
to
only
win.
be one.
Yeah, the upfade convinced me I enjoyed videos over challenge runs that just happened to make. I'm glad, and I mean, Zealous teaching me how to. He sort of was like he was teaching me of the way of the montage, and I don't strictly follow that in every single montage that is present within these videos, but yeah, it is certainly there, and I'm glad that I'm glad that people did enjoy that video as well, because it's like it's not the sort of thing I normally make, but I don't know. At this point, I'm not even sure what is normal for my channel. I'm at a point where I've just decided I'm just gonna throw stuff at the wall. If it sticks, it sticks. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because, well, I'm doing this because it's funny. Yeah.
Holy Mountains. More specifically, I was aiming to get more copies of Lukey Mutation, because I wanted more legs. See? Perfectly sane behavior.
I love just stretching the video when I just say something dumb. It's just... It's so, like, simple, the sort of, haha, wide meme. But it's like...
With our perks being more optimized than ever, our wands are starting to seem disorganized in comparison. I mean, this is our damage wand.
This is a mess.
And while it can deal a few billion damage, that's only a few billion damage in comparison to the trillion hit point health bar that Kalma Silma
Oh my
will
god,
have
it's
at the
Yokai
end of
Girl's
this.
conscious swing.
So, why don't we design something a little bit stronger? Designing a wand to kill Colmy.
I follow you because your videos come out so fast, by the way. Yeah. Well, there is such a thing of videos that come out too quickly. Which I've never run into problems having, but yeah.
Starts with the physical wand itself, because if the wand can't support the spells we want to cast, then it's just plain useless for our needs.
This Yokai Girl subconscious wing segment it's like twice as long as any of the ones I've done before, but it's actually way less technically complex because I had to pace myself. This is one of the other things I did last. Yeah, you should play Peaks of Yore. Don't know if a challenge run would be possible or interesting. I mean, I might just do it normally, and it could just be interesting on its own because of the way that I choose to do things. But I don't know. Ben is immortal because it comes out so quickly. Ben's a Horai immortal now. Well, I guess that means we know who had the profile picture first now, don't we? Who has the copyright on Pure Black? Typically, the limiting factors of a wand's strength are capacity and maximum mana, though of course these are synced up to where they are in the tool. Mana charge speed, recharge speed, cast delay, and being a non-shuffle are all important too. Having multiple spells per cast and having good always casts can save on capacity, so they won't go unappreciated either. Basically, every stat on this videos take so long I actually forgot what I started watching. I mean, that's fair. I forget when my videos are these days too, because it's just like these take a while. This tooltip is important. Yeah, I just moved all the text and matched up the asset with where it is roughly where on this tooltip. And finding this wand is literally the wand that I end up using. A wand that's good at all of them is a nightmare. But just because we can't find a wand that's this good doesn't mean we can't make a wand that's this good. So, fun fact, I found out about this website, Noita Wand Simulator, like when I was making this part, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever. Like, I didn't know this was a thing. I was using a different wand simulating website that just didn't work as cleanly as this one. And then I just encountered this while editing, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this will save me a week of animating. Absolutely, yes. So, yeah. Because if the gods don't provide, I will. Between No More Shuffle, Always Cast, High Mana, Low Capacity, Extra Wand Capacity, and Faster Wands, perks can modify 7 of my listed 8. In order to do this movement transition, I had to go into like Sprite and like block out how many pixels each thing would take and where to move it to. And there is just enough room on screen to have this spacing. Like, it covers top to bottom. And then spells to cast gets left out. Desirable wand attributes. Apart from No More Shuffle though, these perks are all once-offs, meaning that they can only apply to wands held by the player, or in some cases, just the selected wand. We'll be applying these once-offs to a wand in a specific... There's always a better free tool that makes life easier than before. Yep, they're being made all the time. Specific order to maximize its potential. To begin, on that's the power of internet when it's used for good, instead of for evil. A nice looking wand with a good multicast on it will apply 4 uses of Always Cast, to see if we can get any good random modifiers. If we get anything that's actively harmful, we can just try again with another wand. That's why this is the first step of the process. This cut is just to hide the mechanics behind the scenes. Because it's the only step that can fail. I forget what's actually behind there. Couldn't you make them 1 pixel smaller if it didn't fit? I could have, but the scaling is that at 1440p, that's like at 2000%, so the scaling is pixel perfect. Which I try to do pixel perfect scaling when I can. If I can't, that sucks, and that's why the scales of the perks and the like are what, like, not stuff that's screen capped from game, but these images are all pixel perfect scaled to a size so that you don't have any mixels or anything weird, or a pixel being 7 pixels wide and then a pixel being 8 pixels wide. I could have changed this, but I really wanted to avoid doing that, and so I just barely squeezed together it. Good modifiers, if we get it in process, because it's the only step that can fail. Assuming this wand passes, then we apply stacks of high mana, low capacity. As the name implies, this perk increases maximum mana and mana recharge speed in exchange for lowering capacity. We'll let capacity bottom out at 1 for now, and keep adding stacks until both mana stats are at least 4,000. Once we're happy with the mana... How the hell are you supposed to figure out Noita without a wiki? I don't know. Like, it's some adventure game moon logic they put you through. Drugs, yeah.
Then it's time to get back our lost capacity. Extra wand capacity doesn't have any trade-offs, though it can only increase capacity up to 25.
And to reiterate on making these 1 pixel smaller, that's actually what I had to do for this. Like, because it's just a smidgen too wide. Yeah, as the person who figured it out. Is playing Noita without a wiki is like trying to start fire and asking how the hell did the ancient humans figure out fire, because someone had to do it, actually. Unless they just dug into the files. But even then, like, even if you just dig into the files, that doesn't mean you know why things are important. So someone did have to figure this out, and for that, I am grateful.
Slots. That's good, no doubt, but it'll still end up being
Use something like Ace Sprite. Yep.
Speaking of, now that we have the space, we can start adding spells to the wand. 25 slots would mean
These spells right here, these are all just different bits in between the shields. I have Gamma and Alpha just looping to each other. This is Homing Rock right here. This is the wand build from last video. We have Ping Pong Lumi. I forgot I put this in here. I did this a week ago. Just cast Fireball. This is Megalovania. And these are the 3 spells that I intend to use divide by 800 on. As it turns out, the wand I'm about to, like, theoretically build doesn't work, which that's a bit of a hit to my ego, honestly, but I'm not too concerned because this whole section is setting up the fact that I never build the God Wand, because, you know, it, if you tell your audience something once, if you show your audience the plan never works, you know, that's the idea. I just arrived here to tell you amazing video. It's 2:30 a.m. I need to rest. Go rest, dude. Holy shit. It's finished, devs. But wow, that's wild to me that, like, I'm just streaming this. This is just a Monday afternoon for me, but for other people around the planet, you know, it's different times a day, and you'd think that's fine, but just the fact that those people know about me halfway across the globe, that is crazy. Fun fact, the first 4 notes of Megalovania are the same as the first 4 notes of Sweet Home Alabama. Yep, I actually did know that.
I did.
25 spells, but this is Noita and...
Yeah, the timings are different, because for Megalovania it's da-da-da-da, where for Sweet Home Alabama it's da-da-da-da.
Dividing by 800 only takes 5 slots.
If you don't remember, this is ripped straight from the last video.
What that means, it's some esoteric bullshit that copies
It's
a
4
single
a.m.
spell.
and I'm not even tired. Part of me wants to be like the good responsible, go to bed, it's late at night. But I mean, also, I'm gonna level with you guys. I have played so much Noita at just terrible times in the night. When I really started getting into this game, it was around the same time that, for unrelated health reasons, I had a lot of trouble sleeping. And so I actually just played a lot of Noita at, like, just way into the night, which is probably why some of this, yeah. Ben, after enough time, your friend, yeah, flight, and you're too tired to realize that you're tired. That's me, like, all the time. You need those things to your sleep schedule. Yeah, it's, my sleep schedule is better now, but when I first was playing Noita, it was really, really bad, and so, you know, you should not let your sleep schedule do that, but I know what it's like. Peak Noita hours at 2 a.m., yeah, 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 7 a.m., you know, when you've been awake for 27 hours or whatever.
100 times. Naturally, this technique will form the bulk of the spells. In total, we'll be using 3 divide-by chains. Just like in our current build, one of the chains will focus on gold to power for the incredible base damage. Another chain will focus on critical on wet. When paired with water spell, it adds 100% to the critical hit chance, which multiplies the damage by 5. Critical damage stacks additively with itself though, so 800 copies of critical on wet will multiply damage by 4,000. Next, we'll use a divide by chain on the forbidden fruit, spells to power.
So, just point out now, this combination of spells in this order would not work because critical damage doesn't apply to projectile damage. It applies to the late when the projectile does the damage. So, this critical and wet chain should actually be after spells to power, which is mistake number 1. Yeah. If you wanted someone to accompany you, you could always ask Night Owl Hours, buddy, I heard you fall asleep once. Maybe the Stockholm Syndrome is setting in, but just because it crashed my game and caused some instability in the last video doesn't mean we can't harness it. You need a timely rest spell to accompany Touch of Grass. Yeah, it's called Cessation. Oh, God.
Immense power. The key, as pointed out by these levels.
Yeah, as you can see, like, comments were the only thing teaching me spells to power. So thanks to these people. Yeah. God, stream chat is moving faster than I can react to it. Jesus. Noita is easier if you just speed through it rather than trying to get powered up. No Orb Clone Me is too weak to matter. Yes. I agree with you. Like, you could... If you get a black hole spell, it's super easy to just breeze through and just drop down to Holy Mountains and just spam that. But, yeah. Ordering shouldn't matter. Spells to power doesn't affect critical stats. Well, the idea is...
Way people.
As
is
I'll
to
show in
ensure
a
that
second.
Spells to power always has another spell to eat. Apparently, this spell is so strong that it'll just eat your
Come on,
game if not
me.
properly
Hurry up,
fed,
me.
which sounds about right for Noita. The remaining slots on the wand will be taken up by various projectiles, either to feed spells to power or to deliver damage to the target. I'm not too concerned with which...
So, applying the critical to the projectile that gets eaten to spells to power, the critical doesn't apply. Ergo, this at least needs to be after this projectile. From what I understand now, but I don't really understand this stuff properly. Like I said, I never built this, so it's never been tested. So that's why it is the way that it is. Allegedly, there's something with square barrier, but I said any projectile, so I just whatever. Yeah. Yeah. How did it feel to get 900,000 on your first Noita video? I didn't expect it. Like, it was... I felt that Noita feels like one of those games that to actually try and explain it and for people to understand it is like... It's niche because the type of thinking you gotta do is just not what a lot of people play games for, I would expect. You know, when you have a lot of games that are just like your competitive shooters and that's all the popular stuff, a brutal roguelike doesn't seem like it's going to be the type of thing that a lot of people are interested, especially like the insanity of it, because trying to understand the insanity, I imagined a lot of people are just going to bounce off of that, but apparently not enough of that happened in order to get Destroying the World in Noita up to this many views. It's almost 1 million, which is just so weird. Though it'll be funny bragging rights when it reaches that. Square barrier is popular for spells to power because it has the most projectile created from a single spell, and that's why it's in here. But apparently there's something I didn't understand about it. I don't know. I haven't used spells to power.
Projectiles those actually
like
are,
without it
it's
crashing my
just a matter
game.
of what's convenient to find. Once we have that built, we can use the last
You
wand
haven't gotten
modifier
to
for
use spells
faster
to
wands.
power.
I haven't gotten to use it properly. Wand building in this game, watching someone feels like doing a math equation you don't understand. You copy their exact work, but applying it elsewhere drives you insane. That's kind of it. I mean, this wand build is actually very similar to something on the Noita wiki. It has a different combination because it's using a bouncing ball, or like the bouncy ball projectile thing. I forget what it's called. That damage scales with speed, but I mean, well, I don't know why you do that in speed. I don't know. I don't really understand it. I usually just throw together whatever spells I have on hand, as I say later in this video. And so, like, me trying to explain this, like, I tried to explain it the best I could, but there's some things that I just don't know or understand, because I only have so much time, and while I can become quite knowledgeable in some of these games and whatever, and I'm generally actually surprisingly good at roguelikes, but you know, there's just a limit to what one guy can know without dedicating their life to it. Kinda. And I mean, I have 400 hours in this game, not 4,000. I feel like I have to ask, have you played / heard of Casualties Unknown? I tried to watch the Doshington video on it, and then after about 5 minutes, I was like, wow, this looks like a torture simulator. And I mean, that's a valid interpretation to come away with. But I'm like, I looked at that and I'm like, I'm sure there are other people who will look at this and find the interest in it, but I'm just too squeamish for this, I guess. Yeah, I don't intend on playing Casualties Unknown because, like, the concept is interesting intellectually, but I feel like I would just run out of the room screaming if I actually tried to play it. Yeah. Have that not active subscribers actively communicate with you. Other YouTubers I can't even find them to comment on shit. I mean, it's certainly part of the thing of being a smaller channel, which is still, yeah. Have you seen the video where someone recreated moves from Devil May Cry and Sukuna's Domain from Jujutsu Kaisen in the game? I have no clue how someone even figures that out. Well, I mean, I think I've seen a bit of Sukuna's Domain, because really what you do to make Sukuna's Domain is you need like a luminous drill or something that slices, and you need invisible spell. You take a scatter spell, you put the scatter spell in front of it, and you fire it really quickly, and it just causes a shit ton of slashing everywhere. I got emailed by the publisher asking me to play Casualties Unknown. When I told a friend, he just laughed and said good luck. I mean, that's kind of funny, considering... I mean, I get emails from game devs and publishers every once in a while. It's kind of funny because sometimes they don't have like a hit, and then sometimes it's like, this is something I'm interested in, but you gotta understand it's gonna take me 2 years to make the video. It's usually an instant no when the email goes something like, hi, you can get a free key by responding to this email, and our embargo is in 1 week. And I'm like, brother, I am 8 months into this project. I'm not going to have your video in a week. I'm not going to have it into you. I'm very sorry. It's just, it takes a long time for me to make this sort of stuff. So, yeah. But there, still, I do appreciate those emails, because sometimes, hey, you might get a hit. Yeah. Just finished your last video. I love your work. Thanks. I'm explaining it right now. Yeah. But yeah, Casualties Unknown. If I was less squeamish as a human being, then I might play it. But yeah.
I don't want this wand to fire too quickly, since that increases the chances of spells to power failing to find something to eat, but I would like it to fire faster than I can upload. Ouch.
I'd like to point out that when I edited this bit originally, I had a screenshot of destroying the world in Noita at like, what, 900, maybe 800,000 views, and it said 8 months ago. This video took so long. Sorry, chat. Hey, has Raid of Shadow Legends ever sent you a message? No, and I don't intend to really... I don't know. Sponsorships feel weird to me, because it's like, I don't know who would buy a thing or participate in a thing just because I said it. I mean, obviously, I've gotten some comments of people that have started playing Noita because of me, and that's kind of crazy to me. Once again, like, I keep thinking, my brain still thinks I'm like 100 subscriber nobody. Like, that's just... I never intended to get more than 100 subscribers, so now that there's more than that is like, okay, I'll just let it ride, but like... What? I don't think unless they handed me like fat stacks of cash, because let's be honest, everyone could be like bought for a price, but there is no overlap between the price that a sponsorship would pay me and the price that I'd be willing to accept for a sponsorship. There just isn't. Yeah. Buy from the middle stage later. Yeah, later. Yeah. Small delay, bro, really is an immortal. My God. Well, hey, there are some channels that upload slower than me, but they do like animations and shit. What other hellish game do you want to try, man? I don't know. Like I don't know, really. Maybe that's a live stream question to find out. It beats me. Like, I don't know. I played Noita. I play Toho games on occasion. And then everyone's like, "Yo, this guy loves torture," and I'm like, I love it when you can break the torture back. I don't know, but yeah, it's funny. 973, like that's already outdated by a few.
You're a pineapple.
Thousand. I'm a pineapple.
Because pineapple fights back.
Oh, right. Yeah. Have I tried Noita? I've heard some things about it. It seems a little bit deranged but yeah. Fear and hunger? I don't know what that is. I need a. Oh, great. Okay. I think the thumbnail and video concept as a whole is just very easy to watch, so a lot of non-Noita players could get into it that way. It's also quite funny. Yeah, I guess I think the concept of the first video is simple enough because it is power scaling the video. Like that's the vibe. Like it starts at parallel worlds and keeps on building until I am become God, like I'm become death, like that sort of thing. This video like it looks simple on the tin. It's not simple. Like we've gotten to game breaking glitch number 1. We haven't gotten to game breaking glitch number 2, and that one's way more. There's this niche little indie game called Toho. I think you might like it. Oh, aren't those games like from like so long ago? Does it even have an active community anymore? Like, I don't know. It's not even like translated into English, so. That's genuinely what I thought for 2 years. Anyways, that's what. Oh, did I really write that in? Fucking bastard. That's why this step is last, because it's mostly seasoning on this gourmet godslayer. Anyways, that's the design. In terms of ridiculous Noita wands, it's pretty tame, but it's pretty tame because 1, it doesn't work, and 2, you ever see a wand that just instantly travels to the next parallel universe? It'll be enough. Haven't played Rust, but the player base seems to believe it is torture. Maybe you should try that. Rust sounds like... The thing is that Rust is like multiplayer, and I'm not huge on PvP games these days. I played like Counter-Strike a few years ago, but these days I'm single player or co-op is my vibe. Maybe the occasional Soku. But yeah. Kill for another video on the Noita one, but on Kerbal Space Program. Honestly, Kerbal Space Program I feel I could do. Or someone else. Because I think I could grab it from a Steam library or...
We know a guy.
Yeah, I feel like Kerbal Space Program I could do, and yeah, it could be, yeah. Was your Noita run actually 40 hours long? 35, but close. Yeah, 35 hours. Rust is bad record. Yeah. For our needs. I mean, I usually just throw together whatever spells I have on hand, so this purpose-built one should easily outclass this mess. That'll all have to wait for tomorrow, though, since it's getting pretty late. I've learned my lesson from last video, though. This is so much less of a grainy image quality, simply because, 1, this is filmed with a proper camera instead of the literal cheapest smartphone I could buy. Sorry, the cheapest new model of smartphone I could buy. My cell phone is so cheap that it had schizophrenia. Like, it would just have this error where it would, like, spam tap in the bottom corner. So meanwhile, someone lent me an actual photo camera for this. So yeah, and the other thing is that this is actually a daytime shot that I just colored to make it look night. So yeah, day for night, woohoo! What do you think of friend slump horror games like Lethal Company? I do enjoy Lethal Company. It scares Lethal Company is about as much horror as I want in a video game, and that tells you how much horror I'm willing to tolerate in my games. Yeah, Fumo Sep shit. Yeah, live Fumo reaction. I did not have Yuyuko at this point in time. So yeah. Friend slop is friend slop. You need a set of loud friends for it to be good. Yes. Glad I caught the live Fumo reaction stream. I guess Noita in the corner is cool too. this live Fumo reaction. This is gonna be on like every stream from now on. I need to figure out how to record one thing and stream the other so that I could stream live Fumo reaction and still have like clean recordings for videos. But yeah, this is this is me tucking in all of my Fumos that I had when I recorded this, because Yuyuko came in like right after upload. Like, it was actually crazy. It kind of felt like, hey, this is the reward for all your hard work. Yuyuko finally arrives, and it's like, yeah. Oh yeah, was it financially costly to produce the first video because the production quality was so great? Financial cost of my YouTube channel is mostly the opportunity cost of the fact that I'm editing videos for the internet instead of doing something that would actually make me money. Because generally I try to make things as cheap as I can. I try to do things in a way that it's not going to cost me a lot to do. It only costs time, and time is just a resource. Instead of trying to spend money on stuff. Yeah.
Write down some notes in case I don't play for a week or so. Wouldn't want to forget the plan just because I haven't logged in and...
Right, there was going to be a free run joke here. Originally, in one of the versions of the script, I was going to get Zealous to, like, basically give me a phone call and say, hey, you know what you should have? A 2-month time skip. We can watch free run in the meantime. And I ended up cutting that bit and just replacing it because Free Run Season 2 came out. Free Run Season 2 came out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Free Run Season 2 came out, and I haven't watched that yet.
Honestly, I haven't finished watching it either, but I also have kept up with the manga.
Yeah, I want to watch it at some point, but it's just like, it just takes me forever to like do these sorts of things sometimes, and like catching up on media, kind of a lot. I mean, yeah.
Returning to Noita.
Also, freeze mention. Oh, free run. Oh, is that like auto translate? Yeah, it's free run.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, auto translate is destroying that. But yeah, free run. Yeah, I wanted a free run joke about it taking 2 months to watch free run because, you know, the free run time scale. Season 2 is the sleepy arcs. I don't know what that is. Yeah. I'm gonna go watch it now. I'm good. Yeah, free run is quite enjoyable. So I just, yeah. This pause screen, I had to record different pause screen from the one the footage, and you can see there's a wipe. Just right here, you can see all the stars move to a completely different position. Putting free run on the backlog is apt. Everything is on the backlog. Like, especially in the last 2 months. In the last 2 months, I really just did everything I could to get this video out. Ideally, I would have had it out May 1st, but that just couldn't happen. So I was doing everything I could, and so everything else was on the backlog. I'm doing this live stream to like just almost as a sort of therapy for myself of having to put everything else on the backlog to finish this, and also yap about like what the hell any of this is.
After 2 months, we can't even load into the world before seeing some strange shit. I started this run back in November 2024, which was a long time ago, yes, but
you can see the days that all of these things happened here. Written release, May 2026, hopefully. I forgot to change that. Yep. Because I wrote May 2026, hopefully, so long ago, and it's like, I'm glad I made that. But yeah, your voice reminds me of the Backlogs channel, Dark Souls guy. I don't know if you know him, and it's very calming. My backlog is 150 books, 200 manga, and 50 anime long. I refuse to make an actual backlog because of that, because it's like, I kind of live under a little bit of a rock when it comes to media sometimes. Like, there's just so many movies that exist and that are good and that people like that I just haven't watched. So many TV shows, so many animes, manga, like everything. So, keeping track of it all to me is like, it's just a waste of energy. Because I'm not gonna get to everything in my lifetime. There's just too much good stuff out there. I can only get to some of the best things that I want to watch. That said, I do try and trim my watch later on YouTube so that it's not 1,000 videos long. Because over the years, my watch later on YouTube has grown. That's the one backlog that I do keep updated.
Certainly not pre 1.0. What's more,
Anyways, here you can see first video, chapter 1, November, whatever, the 10 days and the time skip. And then a little bit more November, a little bit more November. Video 1, like, a lot of it took place over multiple different days. And then video 2, it's like, it's all one day. Like, these two take place on one day, and then each successive chapter takes place another day. It's just like trying to put up to get the references, and yeah, references is another thing. Like, there's just a lot of references that people make that I just don't get, and that I make that other people just don't get. So for references in my videos, I try to make sure they're not instrumental to understanding it. If it's not like a core part of the video, then I need to explain it. Take 5-hour energies to get that 25th hour. Get much more to get the backlog in. Yeah. Yeah. No, I need my sleep. That's what drove me to the insomnia-fueled Noita sessions a couple of years ago. Like, I just was not getting enough sleep for quite some time. And then that's why I played so much Noita at night, because I literally could not fall asleep. These days, I don't know. Sometimes it's just nice to chill.
the game hasn't updated since the last time I played in May. I don't know what's happening, and I stopped asking questions long ago. I press the button and pray that the save file is still in there. Loading back in, we're entombed in the Earth in a world that the spatial awareness perk calls Maine. The terrain doesn't look like it's letting the past seep through, though, at least. Trying to get my bearings, I dig towards a holy mountain, which is oddly still intact. Not just intact, but new. The reroll machine is broken, it's filled with perks, there's even a health pickup. Something's off.
That was a Jujutsu Kaisen reference. Barely. Like, that's something's off. Like, that was...
My wands are as I remember.
Also, fun fact, you can see on the hotbar, these potions, I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, dude, I'm so glad that I was recording when all of this happened, because if I wasn't recording when some of these glitches happened, I would have been furious. But the fact that I was meant that I got to make a video out of it that's just like, hi, the world is collapsing around you. Have fun.
Remember them, but the world, it's like it's been reset again. The pause screen confirms that our new game has only one plus after it, though, so... yeah, not to exaggerate or anything, but I'm pretty sure reality is crumbling around us.
That's a real line that I said unprompted, and yeah. Seed 0. Yeah, you can already see it. I don't see it for another, like, day or so.
In fact, I think it's been doing that for quite some time now.
Also, this is in the Cauldron Room because the Cauldron Room is the other secret that people don't really know if they've solved or not. And so I'm like, yeah, Cauldron Room, just because it's that sort of vibe of none of this is supposed to be happening. You know, weird route. Like, I put the weird route sound at the beginning because this video just felt weird route. I saw a New Game Plus, but not Seed 0. Yeah, I was just completely blind to it. I just didn't notice it.
Whatever. I have some notes from before the time skip, so...
These are my real notes. Has big ARG vibe, kinda. This is as much ARG as I'd want to do, because, like, I'm not huge into ARGs myself, but yeah, this game, like, yeah. Streamer blindness minus the streaming. Yeah, it's very... I mean, it's just a human thing to not notice something that's right under your nose. I was just saying,
It's probably best just to follow them. I'm not sure the information about how many worlds we
There could
explored
also
is
be slight
useful,
bias
though.
of, like,
Not even-
we know to look for it now.
What? The Seed 0? Absolutely,
Zero.
because obviously it gets brought up in the video later. Like, I wasn't investigating it too hard because I didn't think too much of it. The eyes are an ARG, probably. I don't know. Also, I'd like to point out every single time you see me type in a video, it is sped up to double speed because I type pretty fast, but not like extremely fast. And if I'm typing, just show the letters instantly. So this clip is at double speed. This is actually this is the Steam Notes window in front of a solid green image that I green screened it, which is one of the dumber ways to do this. But I mean, I've been using that trick since the Luna Nights video, so.
Just to follow them. I'm not sure the information about how many worlds we've explored is useful, though. Not even the eyes remain from the previous world.
And the eyes are
Maybe
gone.
this is a good thing, though. We don't have to go as far to get to the new Holy Mountains, so the game should be more stable.
That's also another spot where a genuine blue screen happened. And funny part, the wand building montage bit that I do right after, I actually had to pre-render that because because whenever it would get to this part, it would just destroy the audio of everything else. ARGs are irritating because unless it's too easy, the people who will find out anything are a very small amount of people, and people who want to know. Exactly! Yes! This guy gets it! No, because it's like, if you do, like, ARGs are just built for people who are, who would, like, dig really deep into it, and that's more patience than I'm gonna have and stuff. Yeah. Image friend. Yes, image friend. Hello. For more information, visit some fucking grass. Yeah, the custom blue screen. Yeah, it was partially because when a recording file in OBS ends in a blue screen of death, well, it depends on what the file is. I happen to be in fragmented MP4 with like an H.265 codec or something like that, which means that most of the file survives in the last second or 10 seconds or whatever, just fails because it's improperly terminated, but because it's a fragmented MP4, it survives it barely. But obviously that means that the blue screen of death itself is not recorded because the device recording the blue screen of death kinda has a blue screen of death, so I had to make these all custom.
Oh. Well, I can still blue screen, which is good news. That's not good news. That's like terrible news, but
That's a real quote that I said. Like, there's a file somewhere. Well, I've deleted the files now, but there was a. That's a genuine thing I said on recording, and everyone else in the Discord call just like was like, "What the hell are you saying?" Yeah.
good grief, what am I saying? I'm losing my mind. This world, this wave, the dweebs in the background Discord call talking about, well, that doesn't bear repeating.
Yeah. The footage is gone now, so that conversation, you will never know what it is. And for that, you should be thankful.
But you know what, world?
Does the blue screen QR code take you to somewhere? It doesn't take you to somewhere, it's just text. That it's just a joke about hiding something in an obscure spot, I think.
Again, I
will
reiterate
not
something about
break
a broom joke.
So just hiding stuff in obscure spots.
me. And I'd say that I...
Oh!
You know what? Okay, sure.
But you know what, world? You will not break me. And I'd say that I will break you, but to be honest, I think I've done a bang-up job of that already.
Dungeon Crawler Carl reference again. Like I said earlier in the live stream, like an hour or two ago, like, there's not nearly as much Dungeon Crawler Carl in this video simply because Noita took a life of its own. Actually, it's kind of like some of the later books of Dungeon Crawler Carl when the AI just starts just losing it. And I'm told that Parade of Horribles is like that. But, yeah.
Which is really funny considering the comment, you're starting to sound like the system AI.
I mean, I need something to riff off of. I can try to do an impression, but I'm not Jeff Hayes.
Yeah, achievement. You managed to blue screen Noita 3 times. How did you do
New
that?
achievement!
I don't know.
You managed to blue screen Noita 7 times! That is probably not... Yes, it happened 7 times. That's probably not good for your computer, and you should really get it checked out and stop playing this game and just die already! The viewers are getting bored. So do it. I don't know. I've been talking a lot, and I feel like my voice is kind of like way faster than it normally... So it's just... Anyways, we're going to continue on. Let's build this fucking wand. Yeah, as you can see, this is the one I pick up. I don't know if it's at all visible. Where's the spell that I use to... There's a spell that summons a wand enemy, and that's how I got this wand. Seven? Yes, it blue screened 7 times. I showed 3 in the video. It blue screened 7 times. Just at points where I'm either just moving too fast or whatever. You'd need at least 103 blue screens for a world record. I would like to be able to use my computer well into 2030, so no thanks. Did Noita crash your whole computer? Yes. Imagine 64-bit Noita. Please! Please, Nala Games! Please, I beg of you!
Step 4, spells. Well, time to go shopping.
Divide by. Oh, where is my divide by? Wait. What's the most frustrating, time-consuming, and worst thing that you had to do in this video? Most frustrating was probably sitting there, on, was it May 22nd, 2025, trying to figure out what I should do. Like, if I just, how to build, if I should try and build a stronger wand, or if I should try to get into parallel worlds, because a lot of the previous perks I'd taken, and in fact, being in New Game Plus stopped me from doing a lot of stuff. Like, I would have loved to have done the Sun quest, but you just can't do that in New Game Plus. Time-consuming, it's not in this video, but in the previous Noita video, that grind montage of just getting stronger was like 10 hours of the 35 hours that this run encapsulates. And just absolute worst. Probably this right here. Like, I'll explain it. Video me explains it in a second, but...
Oh, this is so much worse than I thought. Noita always ends in death. But...
Okay, once again, Noita always ends in death, and it's a Deltarune Prophecy panel, and you'll notice it looks very different to the one I showed in a community post here. These look very different because this is made off of the Delta Prophecy website, or whatever it's called. Did I regularly back up the game when making the video? Or I hope I didn't die. I hope I didn't die. If I died, that would have been the story. I'll talk more about that at the ending, but yeah. This Deltarune Prophecy panel, I just wasn't happy with it. The way it looped, the way it just didn't look good. So I sat down one afternoon, installed Undertale mod tool, and just edited this into the game myself. This Prophecy panel is actually... the 3 heroes one, and the one that Gerson throws a hammer at for the first time, which is why we're sitting on this screen, because this is Susie inspecting the panel and going, oh hey, that's us, huh? Except it's not, because I replaced it. The text was actually really easy to do, because apparently the text for these prophecy panels is just stored as text in the game. And so Undertale mod tool, just go in there, replace it. Ha-bam! It's even centered properly. Like, my god, I pixel arted this out myself to be the right dimensions, and while it's not perfect, I'm actually pretty happy with the result. Someone on YouTube was supposed to make a tutorial on how to do this, but they were like, oh, I'll do it at 1,225 likes, which is like, yeah, that's all funny to have your like counter, but they didn't even get close, and it's been over a year, and I'm like, gating information like that, I don't know, that just really pissed me off. Like, there are some things that, you know, it's a waste of time to do it if there's no interest, and I understand that. But also, there was very clear interest from, like, a lot of comments, and, like, gating it behind... I've never understood gating stuff behind likes or views or comments, because it's like... I don't know. Double the live Fumo reaction, my toast... What do you... You know what? Screw it. We're just gonna put Sanai here. Perfect. To only this 25 people, have you ever truly in any of these videos?
That doesn't render the progress made useless. Quite the opposite, in fact. That progress is a run...
So obviously, as I mentioned at the end of the video, I did have a backup of the save file. Not because I intended to create a backup and use it, but because it was just necessary for how Noita multiplayer works. I was just shuffling the save file about, and so this is what that save looked like in terms of the progress screen as a comparison to...
legacy, the knowledge that they have gathered, the spells that they've unlocked. That is their meaning, and it is the foundation that we stand upon. This,
as a comparison
then,
to this emptiness. What is Fumo? It is these plushies right here. Do not ask him what Fumos are. It's
we're zoomed in on one.
We already did this. Yes, we already did this, and I don't feel like repeating myself. So, it's these plushies right here.
is the destruction of that foundation. The complete and utter removal of these spells
from
from
gonna be
our
5
world.
hours. Oh my god. It is 4.5, hopefully. I did not expect for it to go this long, and I didn't expect streaming to, like... You really feel time pass with the stream, like... Yeah. Everyone always asks, what are the Fumos, but we never ask, how are the Fumos? Koishi, how you doing? She looks like she's still... Satori? She's, oh, she's there with Koishi. Sanai? Oh, Sanai's happy. Yuyiko? Yeah, Yuyiko's happy. Yuyiko is also dead. Okay. Why are Fumos? Inusakia, we don't have time to go into this.
The ghost in the machine, mutilating that which I cannot remake.
Ah, yes, Ghost in the Machine. I had such a hard time trying to figure out what to do with this line, because I wrote it and I was like, oh, this is such a cool line, and then I'm like, editing me comes in and like 8 months later, and we're like, how am I supposed to edit this? And so I decided, I got Constellation to make me a little ghost puppet thing.
I made the ghost. I made the paper ghost.
And I just shoved it
I drew
inside
that
of my
face on the
computer.
ghost, and I had so much fun doing it.
I just shoved that inside of the computer, and I'm like, yep, okay. Yeah. When our Fumos, they're live! They're right now! With a 10-second stream delay. That feels like 20.
As the unlocked conditions for several spells simply aren't possible in New Game Plus. The divide by spells among them. This is the burning of a library.
So, this is supposed to be the same library. We're all insane. We know what it is. Yes, you're all insane. You're all insane. This library is supposed to be the same library in, where is it in the Breaking the Boundary chapter? It should be past here, and YouTube's going to take
Copies of a couple
a
of
second
bosses spawn
to
as
get
normal
through it.
enemies. Much like
These libraries are supposed to be the same, but this one, in Restoring the World of Noita, is on fire. However, when between Destroying the World of Noita and Restoring the World of Noita, I changed my operating system to Windows 11, and in doing that, I had to wipe my C drive clean, and so I kept a lot of files. I didn't keep this Minecraft world. This Minecraft world is gone. And so I was kind of at a loss of what to do, and then for here. And so then
I made a horrible decision because he mentioned he was going to have to rebuild it.
Yeah,
And
I was
I'm
thinking
fairly
about
familiar.
rebuilding it, and then
You were
Constellation's
thinking
like,
about rebuilding it.
and Constellation's like, I bet I can do it.
I'm like, it's not the first time I've had to recreate a build based on like a screenshot or a short clip or whatever. So I started doing things. I got stuck, so I called in my friend Saldus, and with a lot of Saldus's help, because he figured out a couple of the, he figured out where the player was standing, and the perspective.
Yeah,
And
because
then
there
from
was a
there-
version of the screenshot that had F3 open. Doesn't exist anymore. Was in the Minecraft
Yeah.
folder. Gone.
Yeah. So Saldus figured out the perspective and where the player was standing, and then there was a lot of like going back and forth, and then I had to go in, and then we went in and we fiddled and kerfuffled with a whole lot of things.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you for doing that. The books are obviously very different, but I mean, it's fine details. The books all got rated in the last video.
It's a library.
Yeah, and then, to get this clip, I just stood there recording while you just lit things on fire, and I think you can...
Yeah.
Library that I
If you look like right
have
at the
spent
top,
for-
like almost in the middle.
Oh,
of the
that's
screen,
where you
can
are.
Actually see, yeah, you can see me come in. And
There
set things
they
on
are!
fire.
Oh my god, there you are. I mean, that's valid. It still looks good. The colors looked off because I didn't even have the same shader pack settings and I couldn't figure it out. So I was like, screw it, I'll just tint it orange and bam, it'll look good. And it looks good. So, yeah.
spent 400 hours making. How absurd. I'm not even angry over it.
Another Jujutsu Kaisen reference.
You think that taking away the Greek letter spells will stop me? You think that I can't continue without another divide by chain? Noita,
We built it and then we
Noita.
set it on fire.
The wand
Yep.
won't be perfect, but even with just the
Yeah, and then this... If I go back, come on. There we go. This is what the final wand I end up using is. It doesn't have a spells to power, but it does have 2 chains for the crit and the gold to power, which is enough to boost the wand to dealing a bajillion damage or whatever. Like, it's just so much damage. Yeah.
with just the spells I have on hand, this wand is stronger than anything I've ever made before. I won't be stopped. Not before I finish what I've started. Not before I'm done.
So, yes, Invincible reference, because it's like the title card meme. Fun fact. So, stars in Noita, they appear when you die. And so the more times you've died, the more stars you have in your sky. And that's all saved in like your save file somewhere. Because my save file has been wiped, there are no stars in this sky. Earlier in the video, there are stars in the sky. Because in that save file, I have obviously died many times, but at this point,
God. Not.
at this point, the save file doesn't think I've ever died. And so there are no stars in the sky. Because of course I did that. Oh, that reminds me. These stars in the sky here, I grabbed a map of the actual sky and there's actual constellations in here. I forget what's where. But this star pattern is me putting stars at where they actually are on a constellation map. So yeah. I predict the Fumos are going to revolt again in 2 hours, 37 minutes. By then, I won't be live, and I will give them lots and lots of head pats and hugs and the like so that they won't do that. Right, guys? Right, Satori? Hold on, she's got a... Come on. Whatever, I'll clean her off later. Why did you take the spider leg perk? Because in the first video, I took leggy mutation by accident, so I took Lukey mutation to mitigate it, and then I thought it looked cool. And it was actually useful. So by proxy, you never die. Yeah. No, we need to be right back here with...
Oh God, I'm gonna get so many Invincible spoilers in my comments.
So
Your audacity, it shall be sooner.
the plan was that I initially intended to watch Invincible, and then it was like sometime like heck in the 6th episode or something that it's just like I just was like, this is not fun to watch. The story is interesting, but this is just a lot of gore. And so I just didn't end up finishing it. So I don't actually care if there's people talking about Invincible in the comment section.
I'm fully
Hey,
planning on
look,
getting
it's
one of my
Jujutsu Kaisen. There's so many like tiny Jujutsu Kaisen references I just put in here. Also, we have Return of the Nuclear Fusion by just some random musician, which I used the last video for the power scaling montage. And it's in the
orbs
jungle.
to the east, 11
That's
to the
synergy
west,
I didn't intend.
and 10 more orbs to collect in the main world, since I grabbed one at the very beginning of this video. I've attempted this only once before, obtaining around 25 of the orbs before succumbing to chaotic polymorphine and burning to a crisp.
Is the second thumbnail also a reference to Jujutsu Kaisen? Like the thumbnail for Restoring the World in Noita? No. I was originally going to try to do something with the Maharaga wheel. And what do you call it? Like, with that being the Sampo, that was originally the thing, but I was like, no, that doesn't really feel like it encapsulates what the video is about, so I will probably talk about the thumbnails at the very end. But thumbnail for Destroying the World in Noita, absolutely, that's Gojo with the hollow purple from season 2, episode 5. Second video thumbnail, that is that's someone wearing a hoodie holding their arms out like they're holding an orb, and that's just me going with, hey, I think this will look cool.
It's me again.
That was over a year ago now. Of course, finding the orbs won't be easy.
This is my mini fridge. This is Sanai inside of my mini fridge. Live action shots often come about when I look around when I think to myself, what the heck do I do for this shot? I don't have anything funny, and I just look around and I'm like, I look at my fridge and I'm like, that'll do. Invincible is a fine show, but its power scaling is garbage and the animation isn't great. Yeah, the animation is like it's what I'd expect. It's okay, but I mean it's not anything special. The power scaling, I don't know. I hear there's something going on with people like jumping in the air and pretending like they're a Viltrumite now or something, but I don't really know. I didn't keep that. Domain expansion, Noita. Are those push pops? Are they? I don't know. Snide's in
Probably
here.
not.
There's a bottle of Fresca. There's some Phrazy tubes that I still have. And there's a tiny bit of alcohol. I think my hat is over there. I don't know. Animation is better than One Punch Man 3. I haven't watched One Punch Man. I've heard Mythos thinks it was funny, and that's all I've heard about One Punch Man.
In New Game Plus, most of the orb locations are
Yeah, you can see the Noita map thing. I don't know. Yeah.
semi-random, as are the biomes they're surrounded by. But we need those orbs. All 33.
Wait. Okay,
You
so
can
know
see
how
I was going to
like
use the animation again, and then
Is this orb
just live orb.
Nope. Can't touch it. It's just an orb. Good to know. This video game.
Anyways, if we
Domain expansion, dear.
don't know where the orbs are,
Yeah, it just falls off animation-wise. You stop watching season 1, season 3 as a character become a PNG while chasing someone, and you can see the moment it happens. It's not like a Boki the Rock where it's just like, where it's a meme. But live Fumo reaction should be the new channel profile picture. I mean, it might be. Like, I was thinking maybe a Fumo profile picture might go hard, but I don't know. The last time I asked you guys, like, hi, what should I do for my profile picture? 52% were all just like, yes, Marissa Catgirl. And I'm like, how did you even fuck up the seed? I don't know! I don't know, it just sort of happened to me. Like, I imagine it's a combination of save file shuffling, computer updates, blue screens of death, and not playing for a while and unstable Noita, I don't know how any of this happened. Like, video 1, I'm very much in control. Even though Noita's deranged, I'm deranged back. In this video, I'm deranged one way, Noita's deranged the other way, and I'm like, it takes everything in order for me to just get through this. If you take out the game-breaking glitches, there's very little I do in restoring the world in Noita. But, like, this is just some of the weirdest shit I've ever seen, and it's just... Every time it happened, I was like... On the one hand, if I was playing alone and not doing this for a video, I'd be pissed, because this is legitimately game-breaking bugs. On the other hand, it is cinema. Like, that's...
Then let's seek out something that does. Guiding powder is a fiery substance.
When in
that
doubt,
moves
blame
towards the
Windows
nearest
11.
orb of true knowledge. It's made by mixing flummuxium with unstable teleportadium, and since we can duplicate those materials with siamamicium, it's well worth the time to make. Of course, with my luck, actually finding those materials is harder than it should be.
Can anyone guess why this is censored to say 2/3?
But breaking
There's a
it
few
down
people in
even
your
further,
comments who
we can
did.
see that flummuxium can be made with worm blood and worm pheromone. There's a little bit of the pheromone here, and there's also worm eggs at the tree we can hatch to get the blood. So that's flummuxium. Searching around...
So the third video Noita is controlling you to finish the trifecta, right? No, because part of me wants to like try to succinctly explain what I sent to Constellation, what I could do for the third video, and I thought was really cool. And part of me is like, you just let it go. Noita 3 is not going to happen for a very long time. This is a very, with exception of like one Easter egg at the very end of the video, I'm okay with this being like a very solid conclusion.
One of the
more
things he said
reagents?
was, I swear to God, if I've caught sequelitis. So... you can tell he was thinking about it. It's gonna haunt him. It's gonna haunt him.
Yeah.
But he's resisting the urge for an extended period of time so he can get other things set up first.
As a one-off
Another
comment, I was experimenting in my second multi-hour run and turned the lake into concentrated mana and began to drink. After 20 minutes, I found it'd take 128 hours for the full lake. Yeah. Have fun with the rest of the stream. I've got D&D. All right. Good luck. Try not to have your character die and try not to kill your players' characters if you're the DM.
Good luck, have fun, don't TPK.
Yeah, that's a more succinct way of saying that. I destroyed the world again. Kind of, like, this is... I don't even think that I... Like, this is all the consequences of last video. Noita will return in Avengers Doomsday. I mean, destroying the world in Noita felt like Infinity War to me, and this very much felt like Endgame. Have you checked if you even have the necklace? Yes, I have the necklace, and when we get there, I'll show you video evidence that I genuinely do.
We actually find unstable teleportadium out in the wild. As the name implies, touching the stuff will cause us to teleport about randomly, but compared to collecting the chaotic polymorphine last video, collecting this stuff is a breeze.
This was one of the weird parts to audio mix, partially because of the volumes, and partially because of, like, I had to sit down and think, what is, just make a peasant railgun. Dear God, what, the immovable rod is coming into play as well. Audio mixing this, one of the things that I had to consider was what's important for the viewer to hear, because you could hear all the explosions and whatever in the background of the footage, but that makes it really noisy when compared with the kind of intense song that goes up and down quite a bit, and then the narration, which is kind of like important. You should hear my voice; it's very pretty and stuff. I can't. Anyways.
Duplicate to fill the flasks, then mix them together for some guiding powder. Following that, we find... Well, there's one here. You know, I'm getting the feeling that this stuff isn't working. I've used it before. It should be way more accurate.
Brother, my guiding powder is broken. This video game is...
Yeah, we have the nice little cutoff there, and then...
Oh, of course.
I finally noticed seed 0.
This is the seed number 4.
Okay, and ho! Wow, it is at the end of this seed number. God, I hate that. I edited you know what's the craziest part? I probably edited this part of the video pre-6-7 meme. Like, that's how long some of this took.
My run. You can see it on the pause screen.
Because it was here that I first built this, this, I want to call it a shader, but it's a filter for the video. Yeah.
I'm gonna be so honest, I didn't even realize it was at the end of the seed until I saw a comment that was like, I love how you censored the 6-7 on for 67% on the bag, only to fall victim to it at this time anyways. And I went and I checked it, and I'm like, oh my god, it is in the seed.
I think I read that comment and just didn't think about it. Okay, peasant railgun is where you line up a couple hundred peasants and have them all pass an arrow to each peasant. Once it reaches the end, it's moving very fast. Since one turn, it's passed. Yep. Can't escape the meme. Yeah, I mean, it is here. What I don't really care about. It's like, you know, whatever that. It's another one of those like numbers that like people just get up all over about. But 367 is like Mr. Incredible looking back at the golden days. God, that's that wasn't that long ago, right?
God, I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know. I don't keep up with memes these days. My sense of humor is stuck in 2019, bro.
Except, right now, it reads 0. That doesn't seem right, and if I had to guess, I'd say that Noita is very incredibly confused on what the seed is supposed to be. In return, meaning that it has no idea where the orbs are on this seed, meaning that guiding powder doesn't know, and therefore doesn't work. Well, that's unfortunate. But honestly, we don't need it.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn this down while I yap about this. So most of the narration in this video was done. Yeah. Have a good night, Pokatan. Most of the narration in this video was done in one night. I had various takes that I didn't like, and so I just decided that screw it. I'll have a shot of tequila to just slur my voice a little bit, make myself sound a little bit more deranged. And that's what most of this video sounds like for that reason. My enunciation is not as good as it normally is, but also it gives me that just unhinged sound because, you know, if you're any intoxicated, that's what being deranged is, you know? So that's how I did that. Yeah.
That's it. 33 orbs.
Also, I am genuinely out of breath in this because prior to recording this specific part of the narration, I ran up and down the stairs again. Couldn't you just use your own seed, add New Game Plus, as well as search the seed in the internet to find the orbs? Yeah. I could have done that. A part of me was actually tempted to use something like Noita to find out where the heck Iron Stomach is to see if I could get in the first thing, but I try not to use tools like that in this video. Like I don't know, part of me didn't think of it, and the other part of me probably wouldn't have done it anyways.
It's time to restore the world.
Also, how do you acquire infinite money? You get 2.1 billion gold at that point because integer overflow. Noita just says, hi, you have infinite money. I do it in this video in like chapter 5 somewhere. It's like around here or whatever. And I explain kind of how it works in this video when I'm talking about this credit card sequence. Yeah. And then for this chapter, like throughout this video and the last, the chapter sequences, or the chapter titles have always had a shadow of a Roman numeral in the back and rainbow text in front. Now we've got rainbow in the back, shadow in the front, because it's the final one. I guess sleep now, good night. Have a good night, man. Yeah. Also, Noita always ends in death, because, yeah. Is that the 64-bit limit? That's the 32-bit limit. 64-bit limit is some odd quintillion or something, 18 quintillion. I don't know. Good morning. Thanks, man.
I have a confession to make. There's a backup of this save file. it was created because during the making of the last video, I was also playing Noita multiplayer. Whenever I was playing with others,
So, originally I wasn't going to talk about the Noita multiplayer, and I was just going to explain that it was to do with, what do you call it? The Windows 11 stuff, because that is true, and I had to move the save files around for that. But it was also because of the Noita multiplayer, and so eventually I decided, you know what, if this is the part where I really need people to understand what I'm doing, then yeah. However, that doesn't mean that I'm above doing movie magic here, because this screenshot, I don't think it's visible because compression, but there's, on the Entangled Worlds proxy, if you have the amulet, there's a little checkbox, like, right here, to turn the amulet on and off, and I just paint bucketed over that, so that you can't tell. E18 is the 6th. Yeah, that sounds about right.
store this save in an external location, so that I could go back to it on my own time.
Kind of fitting that it ends with chapter 12 or midnight. Yeah, considering I did this at midnight. Like, yeah.
Of course, that ended in me almost deleting the save file, so I created a second copy after I fished the first one out of the recycling bin. And then there was the time that Windows 11 forced me to wipe my C drive clean, but that's not the point. I made the backup so that I could continue this run, so I could make this video.
In order to get this screenshot, obviously the video file didn't exist in my videos folder at the time, so I just rendered out the title sequence. The actual file, the preview on it, is actually the perk duplication stuff at the very start of the video, which is interesting. And yes, this is genuinely how I organize my exported videos. I have them in sort of, I guess, seasons or eras. Because the first era was like 2018 to the end of 2019. And then I stopped making videos for a bit because of the whole COPPA situation that ended up going absolutely nowhere. I thought gaming was going to die because of that. It didn't. Hooray. So I started making videos again in 2020, and then around this time, that was that. Then season 3 Prime is basically all of the things that I made that are not scripted that I still think is good is in this time period, and then most of the scripted stuff, Can You Beat Starband Without Moving, and everything else after that is here. Play this funny game called Antimatter Dimensions, where you get funny numbers such as E20,000. Desire 8 video. Don't know what that is. Oh, and I have extras here that are just full of like goofy side bits. It's usually where I put the previews for the community posts
After I finished editing the last one.
Oh, I didn't realize you could see this. Come on, YouTube, work with me. You can see these are actually, this is what my file explorer is. You can see I have pinned my Fumo Friday folder.
I haven't used the backup to save.
This glitching time is both what I calculate the timeout to be and what the game thinks it is. It's also funny that you have a year of 6 months between almost all of your videos. I mean, that's just what happens. Because every time I think to myself, well, I got to make this bigger and better, or otherwise, you know, what's the point? And then it's just, yeah. Desire 8. Oh, Toho 8. Auto-translate. My bad. Toho 8 video. I was gonna, I tried making a video on Imperishable Night. It didn't work out, and eventually I got just tired and scrapped the project, and that was a whole period of my life, to be honest. I wasn't in a exactly great place at the time, and so the two videos I made at that time really suffered for it, in my opinion, but yeah. Also, as is the norm at this point, this is not a real screenshot of Deltarune. This is me. I took the text box of Deltarune. That's probably is for a screenshot. This heart is probably from the screenshot, but everything else, I replaced the text pixel perfect of where it would be, because of course I did.
Save scum or to undo events and cover them up. I haven't even touched the
You
backup
just love
since the start
pixel
of
art,
this
don't
video.
you?
Yeah, pixel art is great, and when I can make pixel art pixel perfect, it looks really good. That's one of the things that was so aggravating making a Terraria video on 1440p. You cannot get Terraria to pixel art scale at all. Like, it just sucks.
In that file, I'm still starving on the mountaintop, having just entered New Game Plus. going to use...
I think you can hear how tired my voice is in this file. And I'm out of breath, I'm tired, and there's just a lot going on, I think. And because I was also not entirely sober. Like, one shot is not that much, but it's just enough to get the performance that I wanted.
The backup now, though. Before we fight Kalmasilma. I'm going to restore my game progress, the spells.
Yeah. Hey, that's actually my desktop background. And if you can see that the time in the bottom right corner, yeah, that's the actual time that this stuff took place. Yeah. This is probably this was one of the hardest parts of the video for me, because this is the part of the video where I felt like I could lose a lot of people very easily. Because I've had this power of, like, the save file the entire time, effectively. And when you take out permanence of action and causality in a story, your story gets really weird and you have to build around it. And so that's why this is only present at the very end, and I'm explaining exactly what I'm using it for. So, yeah. Also, Easter egg. This is not the actual folders I have on my desktop. All I can see at bottom right corner is Fubo. We'll move that out of the way so you can see what time that actually was, and then we'll put this back because Fumo. I forgot. I'll move this to the other corner for a second then, because on the right side of the screen you can actually see a little Easter egg. This is not how I store my video files at all, but these are allegedly what these video files are. That's for the Terraria video, that's for the Starband video, that's the Terraria video, Noita 1, and then the Noita 2, and oh hey look, I wonder what this is. It's not going to come out for so much longer. And then Egg. Because, Egg, 7 is not August. July is 7. Egg is here because I want to do a compilation of all the Easter eggs in my videos. And it's partially the Eggman. The mysterious Eggman behind the tree. And now the eggs shall live behind the Fumos. And all is right in the world. But, yeah, restoring these files, like, I was like, this needs to be, I really need you to, like, empathize with where I'm at this position, because otherwise I was worried that there was a very real possibility that someone watches this and goes like, what the hell?
The secret's unlocked from the backup. Nothing more than that. I've endured a lot of unintended, unstable, unfair behavior throughout this video, so I think it's fair if I could get my progress back. Besides, it's thematic. It's not just the world we're restoring tonight.
I didn't think that there was a chance that Kalmasilma could kill me, partially because I had 41 extra lives at this point.
Jesus, 41?
Yeah, which is way more, because it would be like, if it's in a holy mountain, I'm like, I might as well pick it up, right? And that was my thought process. So, that's, I didn't expect to die to Kalmasilma, but if I did, I would have deleted my save file, and surely, and I would have just been like, yeah, that's how it ends. If I failed to do the ending properly, I would genuinely have let my save file be deleted like that. And then video 3 would have been all about getting it back, and that would have been the plan. But that's not how it turned out. I did everything properly, and then I was like, okay, I'm okay with having this restored like that. And there's a reason why, for any of the shots in this video that I had to get after the fact, is, I did that on a separate computer because I did not want to mess with the save file on this computer ever again. Yeah. Hop off here and do some Blade and Sorcerer for now. You have a good night. Have a good night. Like, jeez.
That is, assuming I do this last part right. We're as strong as we've ever been, but, well, I've said it enough times already. I'm going to restore my game progress.
Thank you, YouTube.
I've endured a fair world. I have another confession. I didn't expect to get this far. When I was first thinking about making a Noita video, I fully intended on making one about how a god run dies.
And that's why I really didn't want to resort to using the backup until it destroyed all of the progress that I've ever made, because I expected it's about how a god run dies. Like, so when I died, and that would have been the video. That's what it was supposed to be. And then 2 videos later, not quite.
I expected to fall to polymorphine again. When that didn't happen, when I actively tried to end the run and still managed to survive, well, whatever. This is it. The Discord clowns have logged off for the night, so there's no more distractions.
Okay, so hold on, let's
This
go
is
back.
The
You know, you gotta have your own personal Discord server, just where it's like you and maybe an alt account, but it's just you. Yeah, this is that. I recreated one of the servers that I'm in, roughly what their channels are, and filled the art room with images of Toho art because, yeah, I did.
Okay,
Nickname
I'll be back.
Gober.
Eventually, probably. Hold on.
Okay.
The Discord clowns have logged off for the night, so there's no more distractions.
Also, Piano Last Remote coming back in like it was in the beginning. That was a last-minute decision change. I originally had it empty, but I realized that with the piano, it actually sounds emptier and tenser, more tense than what it would sound like without. Am I always in Discord? I'm usually in Discord if I'm recording something, but when I'm on a computer and I'm not watching YouTube videos, I'm in Discord. That being said, that requires me to be at my computer, which sometimes, sometimes I'm out and about, you know? But, yeah.
It's time to take...
I did all this build up for the Kalma Silma fight because I wanted it to be this sort of short, decisive, like samurai duel is what I was thinking when I made it. Last minute change, yeah. The end is the beginning is the end, the end is the beginning is the end. Yeah, that's kind of that which is above is like that which is below, you know. That's the sort of mirroring that I just really wanted to do with this just cuz I could. You know. Hell, the ending of this video mirrors the ending of the last video because it has you kill Kalma Silma, you take the travel back up. Except instead of rage, this one's calm. This one's tense, but calm, almost. The calm, you know?
Our matter? Not the Sampo, eh?
I thought that it would be called the Sampo at a lot of things, because a lot of people call it the Sampo. Apparently, it's true knowledge beyond that. Didn't know that.
The name's irrelevant anyways. Here goes nothing.
Will you watch YouTube videos after this? If not, I don't know how, but I'll try to find you in Discord. I'm not in a lot of private Discord servers. Don't bother. The calls that I'm usually in are private. So, unless there's a public invite somewhere to like a Discord server where it's just a few friends, I don't think you'd be able to find it. And if there is, that's a security breach.
The Kalma Silma has been defeated. It's time to return to the surface.
There was originally some narration for this bit talking about like the attacks, because I hit Kalma Silma like 3 or 4 times and he dies. But the attacks are all back to back, so I figured I'd just let the music speak for it. And then there's this montage of like climbing up the waterfalls, or like climbing up through the world. And in contrast to the last video, I basically immediately know where I am. If he wants to be found, he will be found. I don't know where that would be.
It says to complete the work. This is my work. Complete.
Yay, it's the weird route abort sound. Yay, it's so happy. That's why the weird route sound happens at the beginning of the video. So I can do that.
As soon as we start a new run, we'll have that golden necklace I wanted. Soon. Just let me take in the moment, alright?
So, fun fact, some of these ending bits are, wait, no other way about it. He will be found if he wants to be found. Weirdly enough, it was the very last recording, post-restoring, that corrupted the most. So, while I did everything exactly how it happened in reality, like, this shot I had to fudge. Which, I don't feel great about, but it's like, it's movie magic. Sometimes that's just what you gotta do to make the video, because, like, the last file, post-restore, just corrupted all to hell, and it's like, that doesn't fit the theme that I'm going for, so I'm just gonna ignore it. So, yeah. So, yeah, grab the chaotic poly, and then find some lava.
I never thought that I knew it all, but I did think that I knew enough, that there was little more that this game could do to surprise me, that I knew where my own limitations lie. Oh, how wrong I was. I won't say that I know nothing, though. That'd be a lie, too. I know I deserve this necklace. I know
Thank
what
you
it takes
for,
to get here. And I know what I've always known. Noita always ends in death.
Second title sequence. Yeah, this is the end credits. Pixel. Hello. Thanks for that. Any interest on the tower game Dosh Doshington played? Yeah, kinda. Oh right. I got Mythos and Constellation to just stand here in Noita multiplayer. You can see my necklace. Hell yeah. In here. And I just threw polymorphine at me. That was a suggestion by Mythos. SDM Restoration Team, obviously Constellation Stardust. And narration assistance, it was a shot of tequila, and it tasted like shit. It was not a very good tequila.
Wait, where did you get the shot of tequila? Out of curiosity.
I'll tell you after the stream. It's not yours, don't worry.
Okay, no, I wasn't worried about it.
Good.
The only thing I'd be worried about if it was mine is because my tequila is complete and utter ass. Like, we went over this.
Yeah. Okay. And then donation box. It is wild to me that people gave me money. Like, what the hell? So if you give me money, you get it. You get to be at the end of my videos because I like making credit sequences. That's what I've decided. I'm very thankful that there are people who enjoy my stuff enough where they're like, yeah, I'll give you money. Yeah, sure. Because that's just wild to me. Yeah, and also the comment that started me on Noita, of course. So thank you to Lennyok, however I pronounce that. And I'd like to note, of course, because I make things difficult on myself, in order to make these comments with the routed textures, because the way it screenshots on YouTube just is not, it doesn't look good, so I just went in A-Sprite and cleaned this up. I see you guys know each other in chat. And this is the music sequence. The text is gray because it looked too much with the green. And yeah, it's this rainbow background was intended to be used for music credits mostly. That little transition from the rainbow background to the other background took a lot of effort because I export these backgrounds as video files and just use them in the videos. I had to do it. I had to basically render them live in order to get this transition. So yeah. Yeah. Quick rich friend throw money. Surely not. Anyways, and then we have a to be continued type screen with epilogue. I wonder what this is. Let's find out. And then this happened just a couple of weeks ago. No, Hammis! No! That's the true end, I guess. Yeah. But, yeah. Anyways, that is a lot of things that I have thought and said, and just... This video took so much out of me. Like, there's just so many small details, like, I don't even remember them all, just... throughout this video, but
I still want you to pull up the second blue screen asset so I can scan that QR code and find out what the hell it says.
let me see if I can do that. Project
Oh, delightful.
Noita 2. Sure, why not? It's gonna be probably this guy. Yeah, this is the Maribel Hearn, and then Magic Liquid Polymorph. Is that showing up on screen? Yeah, it is. Cool. Okay, that's what that one is. I was originally gonna have one of those faces do like flip you off with the little T's, but I decided not to do that. Yeah. Yeah, next time I'm turning the stream delay way down, because like the stream delay is fucking me up, man. It's like hearing your own voice, but with an echo on it. It just stun jams you. Gotta wait like 5 years for the next video. I'm gonna try not to do 5 years for the next video, and even if it is, maybe for the people who have enjoyed watching this live stream, there'll be stream stuffs. Yeah, I'll probably do streams. I think Mondays, maybe. I don't know. I think Mondays, maybe Saturdays. I don't know. Maybe every just once in a while, I'll just send, I don't know. I'll just send out a community post whenever that happens, and maybe one that like actually advertises it beforehand. I don't know. I didn't know what to expect doing this live stream. I enjoyed it more than I thought. And, yeah, has a lot of things, and yeah, there's just so much stuff in these videos, and in this game, like, god damn. Next time I do a live stream, what I think I want to do is I want to try and go back to Starbound's beta, because that was almost 10 years ago now, and, a lot of people consider Starbound's beta to be better than, like, the release, than what actually released, like the 1.0. And I want to put that to the test. I want to see if that's, like, nostalgia blindness, or, like, what Starbound's beta was really like, how it holds up in, the big 26. But, yeah. You can make a small...
Okay, got the second QR code finally. Hell
read
yeah.
only Discord to not post any stream on no moderation, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, these took a while. Hopefully next video won't take so long. Hopefully next video I won't have to work with files that end in blue screens of death, because, God, that makes the project file unstable. But, yeah, I just... And there's probably stuff in here that I glossed over that I just don't remember doing, because some of this was so long ago. I don't exactly regret that this video came out when it did. I regret that I intended to have a video in between restoring the world of Noita and destroying the world of Noita, but I just couldn't find a way to make it interesting, so I dropped the project, which meant that this project, which was supposed to come out way later, I did a lot of other projects, IRL stuff in the meantime, local stuff, and like in teams and groups, and that's I don't know, that really helped me get perspective both on this and help me teach me some things that I can do about this. Have I ever had a project file corrupt? Maybe once. I don't know. Generally I try not to update stuff if it'll cause a project file to corrupt, but yeah. Restoring a Noita world that doesn't exist. I was actually kind of upset when Weefies basically sniped my title scheme from right underneath me. Cause like I'm forever gonna be Wi-Fi'd because of that. You want to talk about title and thumbnails? Yeah, the title Destroying the World in Noita is named Destroying the World in Noita because I knew there was going to be a part 2, and I realized part 2 would be so peak if I named it Restoring the World in Noita. That that was the title thought process. That's why these titles are the way they are. Thumbnails. I didn't know what I was going to do thumbnail for Destroying the World in Noita, and then when I made the Jujutsu Kaisen bit at the end, I was like, screw it, I'll just do that. I initially wanted it to be a bit more pixel arty, and it's not very pixel arty in here. So, whoops. But hey, EMS Paint look is a kind of vibe on YouTube. And then, meanwhile, if I go to the other project folder, this took a lot of tries to get right, but it is pixel arted a lot more. This is Trace of Constellation standing there. I put in the orb. I did a lot of the shading for what the orb was, and you can see the necklace, you can see the mountain altar, you can see the background, you can see the world. There's the legs and the character model, but the character is kind of being torn apart. This is in a sort of ruined orb thing. Like, I'm actually really happy with how this thumbnail came out artistically, and I'm also kind of scared of it because it means that I'll probably spend a couple of days doing thumbnail work now, like per YouTube project, because I liked how this one turned out. I like the combination of pixel art, but it's also not. But yeah, it also works nicely for a YouTube thumbnail because if you scale it down, it still looks right. It's so tiny. But yeah, I think I'll do videos on the Sun Quest or mods. I want to do one on multiplayer mods, but not soon. Expect it in like 2032. Like, or maybe not at all. I don't know. Next video about, hopefully, I want to do Starbound's beta because that, the anniversary for 10-year anniversary is almost there. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this stream did not go how I expected it. God damn.
Your first never does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I put in live Fumo reaction because I sat there and I'm like, what'll add some spice to the stream? And it's just like, I'm so glad I did that. Thank you to my plushies for sitting there politely.
Sitting there and looking cute.
Yeah. Wow. And then, my goodness. But yeah, marking in calendar right now. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, that's the end. I guess I'll see you another time. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching.
Oh, and the Fuma's a